Hello, chat. Good morning. Uh, Please tell me if you can see the picture and hear me. Okay. Uh, I tried to make the camera quality better, so I switched from 720p to 1080. So if it's better, please confirm it in chat. Okay, it's better. Nice. So we should be starting in 4 minutes. Um, Anna-Maja has white today against the Grandmaster Gudmundur Kjartansson from Iceland. Oh, it's more than just better. Nice. Okay. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash though, but it shouldn't. Um, the only problem is Anna's opponent already gamed the Suk hands. I didn't manage to record it because I hadn't pressed record. And Anna told me to record the handshake, so I hope they would shake hands again when the game starts. Or we can always use the ending handshake. But and hello to people in YouTube. I promise that my phone will not run out of battery today, and I will not. Okay, okay, nice. Good morning, GP, and hello to all the mods. Blue Boy, Bugsline. So yeah, we're just waiting. Game should start in 1-2 minutes. Yeah, they're in the fancy building, and there you can see. Okay, I wonder if they will shake hands again before starting. Her opponent is also here. They're fixing the pieces a little bit. Yes, she's playing a Grandmaster today because she won the first game. think we should be starting soon. No working pen? Oh, this pen doesn't work apparently, yeah. Okay, and they're shaking hands, and we are starting. E4. Let's see what her opponent is going to play. Okay, I'll stop the recording for my part. And we see E5. So let me get ready here. All right. Hello, guys. Okay, let me make some moves on the board. E5, knight f3, and knight c6. Yes. Anna told me to record the handshake. So yeah. I don't know. You guys will tell me about the quality. For me, I can see the quality is much better than yesterday on my end, but I don't know what you guys see on the stream because, yeah, my internet is not amazing, so it might not get through to the stream. But I can see the moves at least. So yeah, we have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. And Anna, I think, is thinking if she will play the Italian or the Rui Lopez, and she goes for the Italian. So let's see. So this is interesting because if you watch Anna's video, she spent a lot of time studying Anis Giri's course on the Italian, and yeah, it's going to be exciting. What will she remember? And yeah, like let's see if she remembers the course well enough, and if she can even use it against the grandmaster. Her opponent is a very strong player. In fact, I remember the European Championship like 2 years ago. He had a great start. He actually started. He was the sole leader at some point. I remember. So yeah, he's a really good player. I think his 2465 doesn't really do him justice. And yeah, so bishop c5 played. My childhood opening. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much everyone's childhood opening, right? I mean, it's one of the first openings that people learn. And yeah. Dina's clock is running. Oh, but she was here earlier, so maybe she's just setting up or something. I don't know. But in any case, yeah. And yeah, this is obviously prep. Does that mean you're still in your childhood? No, some people stick to the openings they play in the childhoods for all their life, basically. Like for me, my first opening against the Sicilian was the Alpine, and I still played 13 years later. Okay, black castles as well. So far, very normal moves. Yes, and now we play c3, and this is basically the starting position of the Italian opening. Now black has a number of different moves here. Black can play with d6, with a6, a5, d5, h6. I think there's a lot of choices here. Anna-Maja is the only one starting her game on time. That's funny. Yes, she's getting double white, which is interesting. I guess because some people didn't win their games. You know, there were some upsets in the first round. but it always balances out. So at least we know that next round she will have black. Uh, so in the round three she will have black no matter what. Which is tomorrow, which is today by the way, also in the evening. You have noticed that the Italian game is very similar to Berlin defense when white plays the anti-Berlin with d3. That is true, yeah. The only difference is basically this bishop is here on c4. It would be on b5. But usually this bishop it gets brought back to c2 at some point anyway. Okay, so black played d6. So more positional approach. The more aggressive approach is here d5, but d6 is just just wanting to play chess and yeah, just being solid, not really revealing where the pieces will go. Yet I think here the move is knight bd2. I'm not sure, or is it h3? I can't really remember. It's one of the two, but yeah, it should be still theory here. Use psychic powers or a4. Yeah, that's also a move. That is also a move, a4. And yeah, so white is threatening some queenside expansion here with b4 and a5. So if black is not careful and plays a move like h6, we will play b4, bishop b6, a5, trapping the bishop. So black has to respond to this, and black usually either goes with a6 or with a5. In fact, I think a5 is the recommended move here. But to be fair, I don't really remember the Annie scores. Although I have it in a study, I didn't study that much. But yeah. Could we not have moved the clock so we could see it? Unfortunately not. The clock always has to be to white's left-hand side. So yeah, it has to be this way. Who is the enemy? As you can see, it's a Gudmundur Kjartansson. He's a grandmaster from Iceland. I think he's one of the most famous Icelandic grandmasters nowadays. The enemy. I like that. The enemy. It's like it's a fight, right? I don't think we can change the clocks, the settings, guys. And I think that even if it was the other side, we couldn't see the clock still because it's it's at an angle. So yeah, it would be really hard to read it. But it's okay. Our players are really good. I believe that none of them is gonna flag, so we shouldn't really worry that much about the clock. Also, after 15 minutes, we can get the delayed clocks. We can if Chad is really good at math, they can deduce. They can deduce the clock times. Dina is still setting up. Wow, she's still trying to figure out. Okay, I will stop roasting other streamers, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. He kind of reminds me a bit of Nordi. Ooh. He does look like Nordi a little bit, yeah. Okay, Black is thinking here, so maybe he forgot something. Maybe he forgot how to play against a4. Let's see. Okay, he's about to play a move and he goes for a6. So that is making space for the bishop to return back to a7 in case of b4. The opponent of Lila Robes is not here. Yeah, it seems he is also late. I mean, it's a morning round. You can. I can see why people are a bit late. Usually uh, the normal default time is 60 minutes. So if you are 60 minutes late, then you get forfeited. You lose the game. But as long as you come before 60 minutes, it's just that you lose some time on the clock and the game continues normally. So other players allowed to bring a bottle of coffee? I think they are, yeah. Many, especially older guys, they usually play morning rounds with a lot of coffee. But also younger guys. It's not an age thing, I would say. So Anna is thinking here how to continue. Uh, I must admit I do not remember the theory here, and I can't open a database. So if people who are um, more familiar with Italian can tell me, but well, normal moves here I would say is knight d2, h3, one of those, I think. Maybe rook e1 as well, but rook e1 we have to be a little bit careful of knight g4. So yeah, that is also a consideration. Yeah, yeah. This position definitely exists in Anix's course. I'm pretty sure, but I just don't remember what the move is here. So yeah. Yeah, knight d2. Yeah, the idea is this is a common plan. We move the rook to e1, knight f1, knight g3. The knight aims to go to f5 basically. This is its dream square. Uh, and yeah. We just castle. Matthew, we've already castled. Are you looking at a different position? I think Anna is more like remembering than calculating. So she knows that this is still theory, and she just wants to remember. Yeah, you're halfway through your coffee. Okay, you're excused. Good morning, Linux Bricky. Welcome. Oh, Chess.com database. Yeah, Chess.com database has some problems. Maybe I don't know. Look at these 20 million arrows. I mean, I'm not Hikaru. I could make more arrows, but yeah. Maybe if it's a bit confusing, I you know what I can do? I can make them different color. So this is the long-term plan. So I'll make this blue. And the moves that we should be considering now, I'll make them green. We said this, and this. Okay, so she goes for h3. That is always a useful move. It's preventing both the bishop and the knight from landing on g4, which could be a problematic move for us because that would attack the f2 pawn. So we're preparing to move the rook over to e1, and that would make space for a knight to go to f1. And this is a very harmonious setup for white. It's usually on black to figure out how to how to break the setup, how to try and you know yeah. Blue is the long term plan. Yeah, I meant blue arrows. I didn't mean anything else. So yeah, h3 is a normal move. Uh, Black can play a number of different moves. I would say h6 is also usually it's also like a common move to go h6 because also black wants to bring this rook on e8 and does not want to worry about knight g5 ideas. Another move is to play bishop back to a7, which would safeguard the bishop, and in case of b4, for instance, it wouldn't come with tempo, so the bishop will be already safe on a7. Not sure what else black could be playing here, but I think, yeah, one of these moves. Of course, black is a GM, so he may think of something else to try to confuse Anna-Maja and try to make her go on her own. We also have the clocks, so that means we're 15 minutes after the start of the game. So the clocks you see on the board below me are delayed, so they're not the actual times. They're the times that the players had 15 minutes ago. But yeah. People are trying to make quotes in the chat. I don't. I try to not say many things that could be misinterpreted, but chat's always finding a way to, yeah, to twist my sayings. Okay, so he played. I think he played h6, right? h6. Is that Lula in the background? Yeah, Lula is on the far right corner. You can see her. So h6. Yeah, the idea is similar as when we played h3. Black wants to control the g5 square. Now, as we learned yesterday, h6 is always a risky move to play when the opponent has a bishop on this diagonal, right? In fact, yesterday it was actually the losing move for Anna's opponent, and the reason is that this square is actually uncovered. So, if black ever puts something on this square, then it will be hanging there. But it's a bit different today because, first of all, well, the bishop is not really gonna reach this square ever because, well, I can't see how it reaches g6. Secondly, in yesterday's game, the f-file was open, and the queen was able to do some maneuvering over here to h4, and later was able to go to h6 after a bishop sacrifice. So if here we could play queen d1 to h4, that would be a great move, but unfortunately it's illegal. So yeah, that's we can't really get our queen on the attack so easily. But still, we must be a bit careful about the g6 square, and also white also must be careful about this g3 square. So this is This is a problem for both players, in fact, as the position is pretty symmetric. Um, for instance, because we said that one of the main plans for white in this position is knight bd2, knight f1, knight g3, right? Uh, Anna must not forget that the knight would be unprotected on g3. So for instance, if let's say black puts a knight on h5 and we play knight g3, black could take on g3 and we could lose a piece. So that's something we also must be careful about. Bit late to the party, would you mind introducing yourself? Well, I go by Acted on Twitch. Uh, yeah, I'm a long time viewer of Anna-Maja, and yeah, I'm excited to help with commentary on her tournament. Or unless you meant Anna-Maja introducing herself, we have commands for that, I think. Okay, so she goes for rook e1, which opens the way for the knight to go to d2 and then to f1. This is our plan. Still a perfectly normal position, I would say. Now, the long-term plan here, the long-term plan here is, wait, I should make that blue, right? The long-term plan here is to push d4 at some point, but we're still a long way from achieving that, right? We probably will need to put the knight on a square like f1, the bishop on e3 or something, and then we can open up the position with d4. How to deal with bishop d6? Bishop d6 is illegal, I don't know what you mean. Another plan that white might have is some b4, I guess, but yeah, I'm not sure. How long before Dina's opponent starts complaining to the arbiters? I'm not sure what's happening with her game. I can't really see, also because my face is my face is in the way of the camera feed there. But yeah, it looks like. See, has it started yet? No, right? Bishop e6. Oh, okay. So bishop e6. Yeah, that is a good that's a good question. I'm not sure how white is supposed to deal with this. One idea could be to just leave it there and just play knight d2 and claim that you know, if they capture, they just move our knight to a better square. You can from then go to e3 and d5. We can consider taking on e6 as well, which is also possible, although after f takes e6 we are opening the f file for black. We must be really careful, right? Because we don't have something protecting f2 here. There might be some tactics, as you saw. Okay, black plays rook e8. As you saw in yesterday's game, the open f file along with his bishop can really be very dangerous for the opponent to meet. So yeah, rook e8. So the symmetry continues. Pretty much every move so far has been symmetrical by both players. The only difference is the position is we have put a pawn on c3 and our opponent has put a knight on c6. Now that is probably good for us because the pawn controls all the entry points of the knight, and this is a very common technique to limit knights. I think it was introduced. I am not so sure who introduced it. I think it was Steinitz, the the first chess world champion back in the 1900s, who was the first to formally say that when you have a knight, you can limit it with a pawn 3 squares in front of it, because that limits the two most forward advances of the horse. So the imbalance of the pawn on c3 against the knight on c6 is good for us, because that means this knight is not very threatening for us, and we can use our knight in a better way, and hopefully when we bring this knight to f5 in the future, it will be much more. It will be a much better piece than black's knight. So yeah. So knight bd2 is definitely a move here for Anna. Another reason why the pawn on c3 is good is that it supports b4 ideas, which we can also maybe consider to gain some space on the queen side, push black's pieces back, and yeah, just get a little bit more breathing room for our pieces. For instance, our queen could maybe move to b3 behind the pawn on b4, yeah, or something like that. Our rook could even lift on the second rank and join the other rook in a later point in the game. This is still, of course, the opening. So Anna will still have to figure out a way to get activated. Of course, I think with the last move, black probably wants to play the move bishop e6 next, and being able to take with the rook. So let's see if we go here for instance for knight bd2, black might go bishop to e6, and then the idea is that if we take with the bishop, then black will recapture with the rook. So he doesn't need to double his pawns. Of course, yeah, white still has a pretty good position, I would say, but it's just that our strong bishop on this diagonal is exchanged, so it's a little bit easier for black to breathe in this position. So Anna does not go for knight bd2. Instead, she goes for the move b4. So that puts another question to black. I think black will play bishop a7 pretty much instantly. I don't think there is any merit to putting the bishop on b6 instead. So it's just a little space gaining move before continuing the development of our pieces. No, Anna does not have any WGM norms. She has been close on a few occasions, but no norms yet. It's really hard. I mean, you have to make a 2400 performance along 9 rounds, I believe. So it's not so easy to do. But we hope that she will be able to do in the coming tournaments. She's actually playing in a closed norm tournament after this one in Spain, in a place called Villa de Zahara. So yeah, we maybe there she will be able to get a norm easier, because it's in an open tournament. It's not so easy because the pairings are very luck dependent, I would say. So yeah. Hello Vlad on YouTube. Are we following prep from Giri's course? I have no idea. I didn't study Giri's course. I didn't expect e45 today, so all I looked for today's game was some Caro-Kann theory, because people in Discord were saying we will have a Caro-Kann. So I didn't look at e45, but this looks like theory to me, right? I mean, both players still look pretty confident, and yeah. How did she get white again? Yeah, I guess that is because of some upsets that happened on round 1. So you know, not every player gets white black alternating. Sometimes this is not possible, uh, just because imagine, let's say the edge case. Imagine if white won all games uh, in the first round, then the people who had won would have to play against each other, right? But they would all also want to play with black. So some people will get double white in this scenario. So basically, because of upsets that happened in the first round. Why is Vlad not on here? I will not comment on that. Yeah. Also, if you're on Twitch, prediction is up uh, for today's game. Choose wisely. Uh, I will say that last round I was last time I was commentating for another streamer, um, and she was playing on round 2 against the GM. She won that game with. It was a really nice game as well. So yeah, I don't know. Take that as you wish. Opponent is thinking for quite a long time after b4. I'm not really sure why. I don't see what else black could do instead of bishop a7, right? Could he be thinking about something else, some counterattack? I can't really see why. I mean, sacrifice on b4 is not never a thing, right? I mean, I've never seen that before. It should be really weird. So I would say bishop a7 is almost automatic here, but the opponent is thinking, and he's a grandmaster, so he probably knows better than me, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Lula won. Oh, is he leaving already? Yeah, maybe her opponent just didn't come to the round. That's interesting. I mean, her opponent was unrated, I think. So this is a bit sad because she doesn't gain any rating, and she has to just wait there, and she also, misses an opportunity for content. Because especially when you're among the lower rated players of a tournament and you're a streamer as well, I mean, it's not like you get many opportunities, to show a good winner of yours, because your opponent are just higher rated. So it's a bit sad for her, but yeah, sometimes you can't depend on your opponent. Is Dina's game going on? Because I see, yeah, I'm sorry for not. My screen is a bit tiny. I think it is, right? Yeah, because I saw both players away from the board, but yeah, it should be going on. He knows he got caught in Giri lands at this point. He's not thinking about his move now, but rather where to deviate next and get out of the prep. Yeah, but still no reason not to play bishop a7 immediately. Like, you can see where the prep is and think later, right? I mean, I am not against thinking. I'm just against thinking in positions where your move is forced. Like, you can think on the next move, right? I never understood this in chess. Maybe that's why I'm staying at 1900, 2000. But yeah, I don't understand why black is not playing bishop a7 immediately. Hello, Charku. Charku, this time you're in time for the prediction. Welcome. No show from Johannesson. Is Johannesson Lula's opponent? I guess. Lula lost yesterday, I think. She lost against someone like 1800 rated. Calculating knight takes b4 now. Come on. But yeah, that is like I don't know. It's an interesting question, but thinking about a position that hasn't happened yet, where you can literally force this position. Like, it's not like black will play any other move, so what's the point of not thinking on the next move? I just don't understand this from a logical point of view. Why does he have two whites in a row pairing system? Actually, Anna was quite upset at having white, because I think she believes she plays better with the black pieces. I don't necessarily agree, by the way, but don't tell her that. Yeah, Bax agrees with me. Just play it and think later. I agree. Like, you can just think on the next move, right? It's not like someone is preventing you to do that. So, hello Milos on YouTube. Welcome. Your visualization is better than the opponent, so you don't make that move and calculating hope an opponent is stuck in his thoughts. I don't know. Okay, this is some 4D chess by Matthew there, but I don't know. I'm a simple guy. I'll just move here and just you know push the clock and make your opponent waste some time. Was Lula white? Someone's left a water bottle on her table. Oh, yeah, I think that was Lula who forgot her bottle. Maybe she will be back later to take it. I don't know. I say forced move, I make forced move. Yeah, that is true. The thing is though, I always I'm a big fan of doing that, but recently, moves that I think are forced, I make them and it turns out they were not forced, and I had a winning tactic or something that I didn't see. But this is surely not one of these positions. I mean, we're still in the opening, so yeah. Lula's opponent could still arrive. That is true. He could, but I guess the organizers told her that he is not coming. Like, usually, if you have an emergency or something, you can email the arbiters or call them so that your opponent isn't forced to wait unnecessarily for you not coming. So you can email or call the arbiters and tell them I'm not coming. Something came up, I had an emergency or something. I'm not coming to this round. So yeah. Does he get a rating for not showing up? No. The games that are won by forfeit do not count for rating. But Lula's opponent was unrated anyway, so she wouldn't have gone rating even if the game was played. Or maybe the default time is 30 minutes and it just ended. That could also be the case. In some tournaments, you lose after 30 minutes have passed and you don't show up. In most tournaments it's 60 minutes, but maybe in more serious tournaments it's 30. I don't know. Do you lose rating if you forfeit? No. Okay, so after a long think, Anna's opponent is finally played bishop a7. Forfeit, that's silly, but wait. No, that's normal for me. I mean, it shouldn't count, right? I mean, the game was not played, so why should it count for rating? I mean, if someone had an emergency, his wife is pregnant, or I don't know, something like that. Why should he lose rating? It's obvious to me that it shouldn't count. Bishop a7, brilliant move. Yeah. Maybe he was unsure to what to think about b5 after bishop a7 and calculated it works out for him. I guess, yeah, but what? Maybe he was considering playing bishop b6. I don't know. B5. Yeah, I don't think b5 is a move it's not like something I have seen. The problem with b5 is that this knight can find a square here on a5, and it's really hard to kick this knight away. As we talked about yesterday, um, pawn moves, you have to be really careful about pawn moves, right? So every pawn you push, you leave behind some squares that your opponent can use. So if you play here the move b5, the a5 square, you can never protect that with a pawn in the entire game. There will never be a pawn, and okay, unless black puts something on before you take it or something, but 99.9% you will never be able to protect a5 with the pawn again. So a5 is a home for black's pieces. So I don't think b5 is a very good move here. I think Anna should just continue her plan of just bringing the knight over, d2, f1. I don't see what could be wrong with that. Actually, I think maybe if the move is not yeah, there is actually a small problem, I think. So this is how I know it, because I used to play this for black. So there is this move. So after knight d2, there is a really clever plan for black, which goes knight h5, and knight h5 basically it takes advantage of the fact that their knight is blocking the bishop, and it attempts to protect to go to f4. So after, let's say, knight f1, black puts usually the queen on f6, and the next move is going to be knight f4. Now you might ask, wait, isn't that knight unprotected? So can't we go like, I don't know, some discovery against the knight, something like knight x e5, attacking the knight and winning a pawn? We can't. Well, first of all, black could take with the rook here, and the rook is protecting the knight. But also there is this really cute idea where black sacrifices on f2 and gets a huge attack here, like queen h4 and knight e5, and black has a really strong position. So this knight h5 idea is worth noting for black. But okay, here after knight h5, white can always play a different move. You don't need to play knight f1, right? You can play something like knight b3 and try to play on the queen side here. Now with the knight on b3, we're protecting the square a5, so b5 b5 is a consideration for sure. So I still think knight bd2 is the best move here, but there might be some calculation needed. d5 looks annoying instead of knight h5. Okay, let's see. So knight bd2, d5. We're saying. Okay, let's see. Okay, so after d5, I think what black might try. Usually d5 you're going to take, right? You should probably take. I mean, we're better developed here, so opening the position up makes sense. And if black recaptures with a knight, which is what he will play, then maybe here we can use the square we just vacated and put our knight on e4. And I think that looks quite good to me. We're protecting the pawn on c3. F5 here is very risky because that opens up the diagonal to the king. But yeah, this looks fine for white. I don't think d5 is that big of a problem. I mean, usually if black wanted to play d5, he should have done so earlier, like on move 6, move 7. There are some very tactical lines starting with d5. Usually playing d5 later on after you have already wasted a tempo with d6 is not so advisable. But yeah, okay, still an idea, I guess. Is Anna Kramling playing in this tournament? Yes, she's playing I believe a Swedish guy with a rating of about 1800, who might be quite underrated. So it's a tough game for her. She lost yesterday. We hope, of course, that she goes to 1 out of 2. She wins today. So yeah, that doesn't look like her. Yeah, if you're looking for Anna-Maja, you probably came to the wrong stream. Ooh, so Anna does not play knight d2. She played queen to b3. Okay, queen to b3. So she has a different idea about this position than me. Or maybe she's just studied the course, which I didn't. I don't know. So queen to b3. Obviously, we are threatening the f7 pawn, right? So a queen bishop battery. Uh, trying to claim here that this pawn is weak. And yeah, putting the question to black, how is he going to protect the pawn? Now the obvious move here for me as black would be queen e7, which develops the queen and also defends f7. And the queen was better uh, on e7 than on d8. So it's not really like that, you know. I don't see why this move is just not a one move threat that can be easily parried. But maybe I should have known better if I studied her course or something. Queen b3 looks like prep. Which channel has Anna Kramling? Well, Anna Kramling's channel. I mean, I don't know what answer you expected. Is Lula not streaming her game? Wait, is Lula's game going on? Because I thought she won by forfeit. But yeah. Okay, looks like... What did her opponent play? He played bishop e6, right? Okay, bishop e6. So that, yeah, that's also a way to block the attack on f7 by developing a piece. So yeah, that's also a reasonable move. Bishop e6, and now that the rook is on e8, if we play if we take, then black can take with the rook. So maybe that was the plan all along. The reason I don't like the queen on b3 is that, okay, we pushed a4 and b4, right? If we play b5, there will always be knight a5 hitting the bishop and queen. So we are basically telegraphing to our opponent that we will not play b5 here at all. And yeah, that is, of course, okay, it's not like black is losing. It's a very positional opening, so don't expect the game to finish soon, basically. It will probably not be like yesterday's game where Anna won in 20 moves. But yeah, it's little positional ideas that will determine the course of the game. So yeah, this is what happens, and yeah, that's why I don't like queen b3 so much. It's a bit too committal, maybe. I would like, knight b2 keeps the options open. The knight could go to b3. We could still later play queen b3, but okay. Hello, Senio Sapo. We have some great guys on the chat. Hello. My brain cells are dying. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah is high in Greek. Can you still play knight bd2, or is taking bishop better? Yeah, I would say we can still go knight b2 here. Like, I don't see what would be wrong with this. Like bishop takes c4, we can take with the knight. That looks fine to me. The problem here is that, okay, no matter what happens, we will lose our powerful bishop on c4. So if in the Italian, usually uh, if black plays bishop e6 under good circumstances, usually black has equalized. So that is yeah, it's basically neutralizing our strong bishop on e6. Hello, Jim Solver. Welcome. Welcome. So yeah, knight bd2 is definitely a consideration, but maybe we can. I mean, at least we can get something for the loss of our bishop, right? So I would maybe take here and try to claim that the rook somehow is misplaced on e6. Although I don't know how to continue here, to be honest. Maybe trying to go for the d5 square makes some sense. Like knight d2, knight f1, bishop e3, taking the bishop and going knight e3, d5. Something like that would be my plan in this position. Yeah, bishop e6 would have forced the trade. Yeah, I guess. So the thing is, sometimes bishop e6 is actually not that great. Yeah, but usually that is when our bishop is on b3. So sometimes, when the bishop when our bishop is on b3, black plays bishop e6, white responds bishop c2 to keep the bishop. But I guess here, since we kept our bishop on c4, yeah, no matter how black plays bishop e6, we would have to lose that bishop. So yeah, it's a thing. Okay, let me put the actual position though. Wait, did I miss? Did we play bishop a7, queen b3, and black went here, right? So this is our position. Yeah, it's kind of hard to think of a plan for white, but I would probably go with this, like bishop e6, rook e6, knight d2, and okay, let's say black goes like rook e8 or something. I don't know, trying to bring the bishop to a normal position. Knight f1, and okay, let's say black does some other move like queen e7. I might consider here like bishop e3. The idea being that after takes, I take with the knight. Now my knight is really strong on e3. And if even if black doesn't take, let's say plays something else, I don't know. Like I'm making bad moves for black. Just saying. Let's say queen e6, right? Even something like this, I think it's quite pleasant for white. Like getting this knight to e3, I'm threatening to go knight d5, knight f5. Of course, the position is still pretty close, so all pawns are still on the board. So this is pretty equal. Maybe white is slightly better. I don't know. Maybe this is an endgame that white will play for an advantage. This would be my thoughts if I had white in this position. Of course, we're still a long way from that, but maybe, yeah. Trading everything down is always a good option for us. That is true. I like my endgames. Why are all the pawns still on the board? Well, that's how we play this opening. Usually, you try to keep pieces and play positionally in this opening. Now, is that a good choice against the GM? I don't know. The result will tell us. Okay, so Anna has moved. I think she played knight bd2. So that is the move played. So maybe she's gone for a similar plan. She's basically saying if you take, I will take with the knight, and yeah, Danny would be proud. Yeah. So what happens if black tries to do the plan earlier? Um, the plan earlier of the plan we talked earlier about knight h5, um, and try to go like queen f6, knight f4. So let's say that black keeps the tension. Um, White goes like knight f1 maybe, and queen f6. So for instance, here knight z3 would be a terrible move, uh, because that would hang a piece, as we said yesterday. This pawn is weak. This square is weak when we play history. But of course, she's not gonna play here. She's probably going to play something like bishop e3. I would imagine. But then, computer doesn't like this. I think the computer doesn't like this because black has something here. I don't know. I thought maybe this. Does this work? Looks very interesting. Xenish, I can't speak Greek, unfortunately. This is an English language stream, so maybe sometime on my channel I will do a Greek stream. Thank you for the sub, War Against Sleep. Wait, is that Blue Boy's mortal enemy or something? Yeah. So this, okay. Let's go back to the game. How do you do that? Okay, this is the position. GM Gudmundsson thinking. Kjartansson, sorry. Gudmundur Kjartansson. Yeah, that's his name, not Gudmundsson. Is he taking on c4? Is he going for this knight h5? This plan with knight h5 looks interesting to me. If I were black, I might have gone for this move. Although, okay, if we want to prevent this bishop h3 ideas, we can simply just take, maybe, yeah? Take, and after rook takes, then we go for knight f1. And if queen f6 now, we can play like bishop e3, and I think white is fine here. Computer says, yeah, computer agrees with me, says white is better. Bishop e3, knight e3, knight f4. Black is threatening this. We have to be careful here. But maybe knight d5, yeah. I think we are on time. This is quite complicated. We can also play knight f5, maybe. Yeah, that's interesting. Can visitors walk around the floor? I think players can walk around the floor. I'm not sure if spectators are allowed. I would guess they are allowed as long as they don't have a phone or electronic device on them or something. But yeah. You like knight d5, knight s3. Oh, in this position. Okay. So knight d5. Yeah, I stopped calculating. Knight h3 doesn't work because of. Oh, okay. You see, this is the problem with my calculating. I always miss king moves. I always miss those king moves. Yeah, king f1, and of course this is attacked. This is attacked, and the queen has no squares to attack f3 still. So white wins a piece. Nice. Okay. Yeah. So this would be. So this maybe this knight h5 plan is not is a bit unsound. I don't know. It's pretty much the only plan I know in the Italian as black. So yeah, Anna left. Yeah, I don't know where she went. We will learn after the game. Uh, so what other plans could black have? Okay, so this knight h5 is probably not the best course of action. What else could we do? I guess black could try and take on c4. The idea being that after knight c4, maybe I wanted to make. Could black go here and try and open the position a little bit? Try to equalize. Because this pawn is defended. Now, can we take? Takes. Oh, that was a mistake. Yeah, I guess now we can take the pawn. But I assume, yeah, black can take with the queen. And that's a bit of a problem. Because now we cannot take on e5. And our d3 pawn is weak. So, yeah, this doesn't look that great for white, actually. So maybe black wants to take here on c4 and go d5. So let's see if here maybe we have something better. Can we just go back, right? I don't see why we could not. Like, just go back to d2. And if black takes, now we can just take with the pawn. And continue our slow plan of knight f1, bishop e3, and so on and so forth. Yeah. What's the evil here? Plus 0.1. Okay. So about equal. What are people saying? Okay. Turn on Phoebe's stream to see panorama view. You can watch both. Is Phoebe streaming commentating someone's game, or is he just watching the tournament? Yeah, so Anna's left. The opponent's still thinking. That is good for us. I think White has a pretty solid position here. Like, okay, it might be around equal. Okay, the evaluation is plus 0.1 according to. Okay, I don't use a very strong engine, by the way. I just the engine is used just to see if I blundered anything tactical. But this position is actually very positional in nature, so evaluation doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, it might be equal, but I think it's quite pleasant to play for white. Like, we do have a clear plan, and it's black who has to make the pawn break. Otherwise, we will just squeeze black out of life in this position. Like, we would control the d5 and f5 squares. Like, if we could trade bishops and put a knight on e3, white is better, basically. And yeah, it's a very solid approach. Like, black is the one who has to make something happen, right? And usually in chess, when black starts attacking, it's probably a bit unsound for black to start operations in the center first, because white has an inherent advantage, so yeah, we might take advantage of it. That's what I'm basically saying. I don't particularly like the knight on c6. Yeah, that's correct. Like, as I said earlier, the difference, this is a pretty symmetric position, but the big difference is that black has developed this knight on c6, we have developed this pawn on c3, and the knight is controlled by the pawn. So this knight is basically blockading its own pawn on c6. And it doesn't really do much besides controlling some squares that, okay, we can't play d4, but white doesn't need to play d4 right now. She can play it later, basically. Normal Italian position. Got to go. Okay, see you, Jim Silver. See you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's a pretty normal position. So since Mas said that he doesn't like the knight on c6, maybe an idea would be to move the knight at some point to e7, recycle it towards g6, and from there go to f4. So basically do the same plan we are trying to do with white, to try to do it with black. Now the problem here is that after knight e7, this drops a pawn, so we can just take, and white's gonna win a pawn. So black probably has to take on c4 first, and after we take, then knight e7. This may be a good idea, because let's say now we played bishop e3, and black takes, we take. Now this knight is actually well placed because it controls both squares of the knight. Okay. But okay, we see black is going for a different move, which we didn't talk about. And the game is starting to spice up. So black goes for d5 here. And that is probably what he was calculating. So yeah, so d5. And I think I actually kind of expected that black might do something like that at some point, because, you know, black is the higher rated player. Black is a grandmaster, and he obviously wants to win this game. And if you go into this slow grinding type of game, I don't really see how black would ever try to get an advantage. Where now he can hope that Anna makes some mistakes in the calculations. Of course, as we know, Anna is a really strong tactical player, so I think that actually plays to her strength. Now the position is going to open up. Anna took on d5, and almost instantly, and okay, the position is opening up. It's a very, very different nature than before. We have to be a little bit careful not to be saddled with this weak pawn on d3. That is my only concern. Otherwise, I think, okay, this is a perfectly reasonable position. And as we talked about earlier, this also vacates the e4 square for a knight, which might be a good idea to try and put a knight on e4. So, okay, black takes with a bishop on d5. So he's still aiming to exchange our powerful bishop on c4. Sarko says, I almost had it. Did I miss a line? Or are you talking about something else? You're probably talking about something else, because I don't see any moves. Okay. Yeah, bishop takes d5 is played. And you can see Anna is a bit unnerved by this move. I'm not sure, but it looks like she's maybe didn't expect that. I don't know. Could black have taken like this? I think that looks more normal to me. Okay, but this is actually a mistake apparently. Okay. Bishop takes d5 looks normal to me. Like we are trying to trade off the bishops, right? So yeah, black at some point is going to try and go here. So one thing we don't want to do. Oh, you were talking about the Anna ranking from Yao. Okay. So one thing we don't want to do is, I think we don't really want to trade everything here. So let's say I'll do my favorite thing of trading everything. As you can see, the computer already likes black, and the reason it likes black is because these pawns are very weak. So our pawn on c3 is attacked. First of all, we have to protect that. So let's say we go, I don't know, bishop b2 or something. This pawn is also very weak, and this is actually a weakness that we can't easily protect. So black can try and go like knight f4, rook d8, and put really pressure on this pawn. Rook e3 is, yeah, we can't even do that because the bishop is here. So actually we might even lose a pawn here already. Yeah, so trading queens is really bad for uh, for Anna here, I think. So she has to find something else to do in this position. Now, can she go with knight to f1? Probably not, because bishop takes f. This is interesting. First, first loot. The dude playing Dina is wearing sports shoes. This is again you see Anna is almost never leaving the board. We can't see her shoes. That is very bad because she leaves from the left side as well. So yesterday Anna was wearing heels, but I don't know about today. She says it might change. Yeah, knight e4 is solid. Maybe this is a better idea because knight f1. Yeah, I was a bit scared about this, but I guess we can just take on f7. This is interesting. I don't know. Computer says black is better. Wow. So let's say king f8. Bishop takes here. Queen takes gf or something. Did I blunder anything? Okay, now black is winning. Yeah, I assume. Yeah. So here, yeah, queen g6 and knight g3 is not possible because we take it. So black will have to step away, and bishop takes f2. We're threatening mate. We're threatening the rook. Black is winning. Okay, so we can't do that. So yeah, knight f1 is a little bit scary. So maybe the correct move here is knight to e4. It does look a bit scary because maybe it looks, yeah, but okay, we're protecting this pawn actually, and also black can never move the bishop away because we're taking on f7. So knight e4 is definitely a good consideration, I would say. Black's probably going to take. We will have to take with a pawn. Black probably has to take the bishop and queen takes c4. This looks like a very equal position to me. I don't see why any side would be better. Black has managed to get rid of our bishop on the light squares. Has managed to also get rid of our knight that was coming to d5. We can also, of course, get rid of his strong bishop. Yeah, I would say this position is approximately equal. I still like white a little bit more because of the extra space, but and also you can play rook d1 with tempo, attacking the queen. But yeah, in general, this would be a really, yeah, this looks just equal to me. 94. I like this. I like this 94 idea. Yeah, just putting the knight on the square that was just vacated, and we go from there. What was the rating of her opponent? Yeah, 1953. Thank you, Bucks, for answering. Yeah, it's just random. I think I might. Okay, let me try it as well. Yeah, you see, it's really random. I don't know if it's even influenced by mod badges or sub badges or anything like that. Now, there is a guy selling some stuff on the street. Well, I don't know if you can hear that on the stream. That was a random Greek noises. Oh, it just doesn't ban modes. Okay. Huge jump. Yeah, I mean, Swiss system is like that usually. Like, if you win, you play against a much higher rate. Especially in the early rounds, you see a lot of jumps. In fact, if that was not accelerated pairings, it would be even worse. Like, so you would play uh, someone, let's say 1800, and then she would win and might be playing a GM or something. Although if it was not accelerated, she would probably play down in the second round as well. So she would play two low rated players before facing a high rated. But okay, it's normal to have different strength of opponents in a very large Swiss tournament. I mean, we have 400 people in this tournament, so yeah, it's normal to have this. What countries are represented at this table? So Anna is from the Netherlands. Uh, her opponent is from Iceland. Or do you mean at this tournament? Her opponent is from Iceland. Yeah. But in general, in the tournaments, we have players from all around the world. Like I've seen a lot of different flags when checking the tournament out. Like I've even seen some players from Greenland. I didn't know chess existed in Greenland. Like I'm really surprised. As far as I know, Greenland does not have a federation, so I guess these guys are part of the Danish federation. But they do play with the flag of Greenland in the tournament, which is pretty cool. A few Turks playing at the top board. Yeah, there's a lot of guys from Turkey as well. Emre Can, Mert Yilmaz Yerli, and some other guys. And yeah, Iceland is a really is historically a really great chess country. Like it's the country that the famous match between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky was played in 1972. Uh, and the country in which I think a famous attraction for players who go to Reykjavik Open is Bobby Fischer's grave, which might sound a bit ominous, but I think people actually go there. I don't know, especially American guys who worship Bobby Fischer as some kind of god chess player. But yeah, it's a really it has a really rich chess culture, and I think at some point Iceland was the best number one country in the world in GMs per capita or per population, basically. So yeah, so it's really you know chess is really well respected in this small country, and of course the Reykjavik Open, which is probably the strongest tournament, the strongest big open that is organized every year. And as you can see, we have a really nice playing hall, and yeah, it's Armenia now. I don't know now, but at some point it used to be Iceland. When I started, when I was a kid, at least like 10 years ago, maybe. Iceland has the most Nobel prizes per capita. That is also interesting. Okay, they have one. Okay, so Anna is thinking about her move here for a long time. What other moves can we see except 94? Let's say, because Black is threatening some I think bishop takes d5 is not really a good move because we bring the black queen to the center and we can't take it. Can't take it as we showed earlier. So yeah, I don't know. Bishop takes d5. Could we ever play something else like c4 maybe here? Something like that. Try. My idea here was to try and lock this bishop away. So let's say black moves back. Let's say, I don't know, queen d6 or something. Can we go c5 and try and lock this bishop away out of play? I guess we could. The problem here is that this pawn is really weak, as I said. Like, I don't like this position because the pawn on d3 would be really hard to defend. Let's say if we take here, like already black has some issues here. First of all, b4 is hanging as well, so that is also interesting. Yeah, that I don't think we can do that. Basically, we can't trade queens in this position at all. And c4 is also probably not a good idea because black is just gonna pressure our pawn. If we, let's say, if we step away, something like queen b1, black can start already, piling up on this pawn. It doesn't really matter that this bishop is not playing. If black manages to dominate the center, it wouldn't be much of an issue. I mean, black can always play bishop bsc6 later on and bring this bishop back to the game. So I don't think bishop takes d5 is ever good here. And there is not many useful moves we can make. Maybe bishop a3. I don't know. Try and connect the rook, something like that. Could be a consideration. I don't really see what the bishop does though, so yeah. Like, why would we ever put it on a3? Our bishop should go here. So the move knight e4 is definitely the first option here, and I think knight f1 is probably the second option. And we there are some really crazy lines after bishop takes f3, but I think those lines we analyzed, we ended with black winning, right? So let's go again and try to see. So knight f1, bishop f3, bishop f7. Let's say black goes here. Okay. Maybe now we can just recapture on f3. So maybe taking the rook is bad because it allows the black queen to go to g6 and have some checkmate ideas. So here we have actually won a pawn, but black, our position looks a bit strange. Like, if black could manage to get a queen on the g file somehow, then it would be very bad news for us. Because again, knight g3 might seem like a move that we can always block with knight g3, but this square is actually unprotected, so because of the pin. So maybe black can even, well, first of all, black can take this pawn and equalize the material. And again, bishop takes e8. I'm not a big fan because I mean, black just takes back, and there is always a threat of queen g6. There's also a threat of queen f3. This position looks very bad for white to me. So yeah, it's a bit precarious to allow bishop takes f3, I think. So knight e4 makes a lot of sense, in my opinion. So I think that is the move that Anna will play. I don't really see any other option. Maybe some b5, but the problem with b5 is just knight a5, and We have to go back. Yeah, there is no point in doing that. Go, Anna. Yep. Go. Let's go. She's doing well. She's doing well here. She's doing well. She has a good position. Um, I think time might be a little bit of a problem. She's been thinking for quite some time. But I don't know if anyone can see the chess.com board. I think we might have caught up with the chess.com board, right? So that would mean that Anna is now on 51 minutes, since it's still her move. So yeah, it's not terrible, but it's definitely starting to feel a little bit like time trouble. So yeah, but I think we've got it. We've got this under control. It's You're back. What have you missed? I mean, not really much. If you've been away for the last 15 minutes, probably Anna is still at the same position thinking. So not much. But yeah, we basically said that we expect this move to be played, and it's probably the best move as well. Just blocking the access of this bishop to f3 and just continuing with putting pieces in central squares, opening up for this bishop to come to e3, and yeah, all of that. Has Anna played many GMs? I'm sure she has, yeah. Especially nowadays, I think she plays like 1 or 2 GMs per tournament, pretty much. So yeah, it's not like it's her first GM or something. It's more like her 300th GM that she plays. The next few moves look like that could win or lose the game. Yeah, that's why Anna is taking her time here. It's definitely a critical position because one or two bad moves, and especially against the grandmaster, you can really go astray here. So yeah, but I don't see what is wrong with just putting our knight here. Okay, black could maybe take like this. I don't know. Bishop takes c4, queen c4, knight e. I mean, yeah, this kind of structure is going to happen, I think, and this is perfectly fine for white. I think. Maybe it's just equal, but okay. I mean, I don't see how black could ever be pressing here, so that is a good position for us. Time to go, going to goodies for lunch. Trying to troll me by mentioning a Greek fast food chain. I think goodies is not really doing that well in Greece these days. I mean, fast food chains are here in Greece. They are not. They are regarded as, some weird American thing. We don't really do that because we always have the gyros places for fast food, which is healthier, cheaper. So things like McDonald's or goodies is like the Greek McDonald's. They aren't really that popular here. Is DC possible instead of queen c4? So you meant after knight e4, bishop e4, you want to take with a pawn. Why would you want to do that though? So this reminds me, yeah, okay, white's gonna take probably like this, right? I don't see, okay, maybe it's not that bad, but this reminds me of a position in the Petrov where, so there is this line, yeah, let me show this. So, okay, keep in mind this position. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this position first. So, you see here we have 4 pawns against 3, right, on the queen side, but we can't really push our pawns because they are doubled. Let's say black puts a pawn on c6 in the future. We will never be able to create a passed pawn. On the other hand, black, theoretically in an endgame, could try and push this pawn. So this is bad for us, because black can push the pawn majority and we can't. So I would say, unless there's some tactical reason why you want to go for this position, I don't think it's that good. This actually reminds me... Okay, let's go all the way back. This reminds me of a position in the Petrov, where it's a theory line where black takes on c3, you take d takes c3, and there is some position like that. You go, let's say, bishop e7, bishop e3, knight c6, queen d2, bishop e6, long castles, knight d5, knight e5, and so you get into this endgame, right? And there is this endgame. This endgame is considered to be... Okay, if the pawn is not hanging, let's make a few more moves. Let's say a6, rook d1, castles, something like this. So this endgame is considered to be better for black for the exact same reason, because black can push the majority on the king side. White cannot do so because of the doubled pawns, and usually black just goes with the pawn on c6 and just is very solid on the queen side and tries slowly to push the king side pawns. So if we go back to the game, let me find the game. Okay, I think, no, we're not here. This is probably a position. Yeah, so if we go back to the game, I don't think this is what we want to do. I think we want to take with a piece on c4. Yeah, but her game is not a trade all pieces 20% speeder, and there's still some life in it. True, yeah, but there is no reason to give the endgame advantage to black, right? Did you say Euro play? Sounds great. Yeah, we have a lot of those in Greece, right? So Anna takes on d5. Okay, I'm not a big fan of this move, because as I said, this brings the queen. This brings the queen to the center of the board, but maybe she's thought of something. Maybe she's thought of something. Does she get a norm when she wins this game? You can't get a norm by winning just one game. A norm is calculated over the entire tournament, so it's calculated over 9 rounds. You've drawn this guy in OTB Classical last year. Congrats! You drawn a GM. Is she close to becoming Grandmaster? I wouldn't say she's that close, but she's closer than most of us Badgers, I would say. So yeah. Okay, so black is taking with the queen. Yeah, so centralizing the queen. So here, white is gonna have some issues with this pawn. That is why I didn't like that. But maybe we can somehow solve them. Maybe she's thinking of the move c4 here. But yeah, also the computer doesn't like this position that much. Now it thinks black is better. So maybe bishop takes d5 was a little bit of an inaccuracy there. But this should still be fine, I think. But we just have to be accurate on the next few moves. And maybe, yeah, maybe she wants something I didn't see. Maybe she wants after c4, and let's say queen back, right? Maybe she wants some kind of here to try and put pressure on e5. Try and attack this pawn. Maybe that's the planner. Or even you could first go for c5 and then here try to go bishop b2. Maybe this is an idea. And you know, there's some trades. Black takes on b4. We can take on e5. Probably like this. Did I blunder? What did I blunder? Oh, computer doesn't like that. Oh, there's knight. Oh yeah, there's knight c2. Oof. Okay, so probably not that. Hmm. This looks tough for white though. That's interesting. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how will we continue. Okay, it looks like she played a move. What did she play? B5. Wow, B5. Okay, that is bold. Ah, okay, interesting. Norms are not to be confused with normies. Yeah. Uh, the d3 weakness is one of the reasons why I consider dc4. Also, after dc4, you might have some c5 ideas to block the bishop. And if black goes for c6, bishop b8, you have c4 and b5 to fix your pawn structure. Yeah, okay. So you probably wanted to play here, and after this, just sorry. Well, first of all, yeah. First of all, something we wait. Something we didn't mention is that black can first take on e4 and deprive you of this idea. So here you would be forced to take with a pawn, right? And you would have to go into this anyway. But okay, let's say that black goes here and you want to take on c4 like this. Yeah, this makes sense. So you're saying that if okay, we want to play c5 basically. So let's say black goes for queen d7 and you want to play c5 and then try to play on the queen side, something like this. So yeah, this makes sense. I see your point. You're basically saying, okay, this is not an endgame yet. You're gonna play bishop b2, c4, try to put pressure here. Yeah, okay, I can see it was maybe some. It was maybe a good consideration. Yeah, maybe it doesn't. The computer didn't like it probably because of some tactical idea here, because it said black was better. Like yeah, maybe queen d3 or something. I don't know. You have to go back here and maybe black can somehow put some pressure like quickly. But okay, it's an interesting idea actually. Yeah. But yeah, 94. I think that was the best move and. Anyway, but okay, this position is also interesting. So let's look at what is happening in the game. So b5, and you can see the opponent probably didn't expect this move. So okay, what's the first move we should calculate? So what happens if black takes the queen, right? This is I think the first thing. So bishop takes, knight takes. Black's knight is attacked. And there is an issue here with a5 pawn. So if black knight goes back, even if black takes here, and let's say goes back, I don't know where it will go, like probably to d8. White wins a pawn on e5. So that's the problem. Maybe have to be a bit careful about the no. Okay, the rook is protected on a1, so we don't. So yeah, we can just grab on e5, and white is winning a pawn. So black probably cannot trade queens. Now, what can black do? If black goes away with the knight, let's say knight a5, right? That attacks our queen. Maybe now Anna wants to trade, and somehow we have played b5, so we've ridden ourselves of the weakness. And maybe here there is some like more trades coming. Rook e5, rook e5, knight e5, knight c3. Yeah, maybe something like that is the point. I still think this pawn is a little bit weak. So yeah, this pawn is basically staying as a weakness there. So I don't know. Maybe something like this is the point. Another thing that has to be considered is what happens. So there is a tactical line for black here. So black can take here on b5, right? And if we take back with a pawn, then black can probably go here. King takes f2 and rook takes rook on a1. And somehow this is... We take on c6. Black will probably take back on c6 like that. And this is a really interesting position. Black has two pawns and a rook for a knight and a bishop. So this looks very double-edged. The computer likes black a little bit, but yeah, this is very hard. Oops. This is very hard to calculate, I think. Okay, but the opponent does not go for this line. So he pretty quickly decided... he pretty quickly decided after b4 to go knight a5. So let's see if Anna goes for the trade of queens. Yeah, knight a5 is a problematic move for us because, as I said much earlier in the stream, we're not going to be able to kick this knight away. So this knight can stay there protected for the entire thing. And if we trade the queens here, then our d3 pawn is going to be a problem. So yeah. Why not c4? In which position do you want to play c4? Hello Gishu, but c4, do you mean instead of b5? Or knight a5, queen, what? Queen takes... Okay, I don't understand. I guess, you probably mean here, right? Queen takes, d5, knight d5, and now c4. I'm guessing that is what you mean. Okay, this attacks the knight, but the problem is now the knight goes to f4. And we have a big issue with this pawn. Let's say we defend it like this. Black attacks it again. And yeah, here things look a bit suspicious. Of course, e5 is hanging. But even if we take on e5, right? Let's say rook d5, takes. Black can just go f6, kick away our pawn, kick away our knight, and then take on d3. And the problem is we have now issues with our bishop on c1. We have issues with our pawn on f2. This looks a bit problematic for white. So yeah, c4 is probably not a good move there. White actually has to be quite careful here. I think rook takes e5 immediately is fine, but these pawns are weak. That is a problem. That is a problem. Which is why, again, 94 I think was needed. Now you might say, how are these pawns not weak here as well? But I mean, black can't really, let's say if black can't really develop more pressure here. So we're keeping kind of the balance. Black can't really access our d3 pawn. Maybe I'll ask Anna after the game, like what she was afraid, because I'm sure she has a reason for playing this, because this is the first move you see, right? And then she decided to go for this, and b5. Okay, and now black played this. And this is the position. So Anna is thinking here. I think I got confused when our commentator was going through a theoretical line. I thought it was the actual game. Her position is tricky. Yeah, I went through an opening line very quickly. Hope I didn't confuse you too much. Now, this is the actual position, as you can also see. You can look to the live board for the position. If I assume the camera quality is okay, right? I haven't seen anyone complain. So I guess you can all see how the board looks like, hopefully. So you can also look to that, I guess. to see how the game is going. So yeah, I'm just thinking after knight a5. I can't see keep the queens is a good question because maybe you wouldn't want to take on d5. Yeah, and this is what Gishu is saying as well at the same time. So can I avoid the queen trade with queen b4? So yeah, queen b4 is interesting. Um, what do we do? Okay, we attack the knight on a5. And black. Yeah, I guess that's an interesting move. Let's say black defends that knight with bishop b6. What would be your next move? Because here you have an issue. The d3 pawn is hanging. Again, this d3 pawn is always a big issue. It makes sense to keep the queens. I think Anna is also looking for a way to keep the queens there. I was more thinking in the lines of queen c2, but that's probably, yeah, because I wanted to keep this guy defended. Um, okay, Anna took the queen, so she took the queen. Yeah, maybe she could have tried. I'm sure she thought about keeping the queens on the board, but decided that it doesn't really work for her, and she has to get rid of the queen. So we go to a kind of endgame, and now it's really hard for white. Now we have to be really careful. Okay, the position is still about equal. Okay, the position is like minus 0.2, so it's nothing really if we are careful, but white has to be careful here. So one thing is that the f5 pawn is hanging, the c3 pawn is hanging, a d3 pawn is very weak. Can we go knight e4? Good question. The reason I don't like that move that much is now there might be some ideas of knight b3 for black. So black could, for instance, trade, go knight b3, rook to b1, right? And then you would take back. You'll get some position like that. Okay, this is probably not terrible for white, but it does look a little bit unpleasant. So something like knight f4. This d3 pawn again. This is really the problem in all these positions. Like this pawn is very weak, and also here black maybe can play something like bishop to b6 and try and get this rook active on the second rank as well. So not knight e4 in this line, but in the queen before bishop b6 line. Okay, we'll go to that in a moment. Let me see a little bit some other comments. She found the best move. She didn't play. It's still her move. You mean the best move is queen d5? Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. So in the queen, okay, let's go to this question. So queen b4, bishop b6, knight e4 is what we wanted. Yeah, kind of indirectly preventing us from taking on d3. I guess that is a good move. Now black probably is going to take, and here again depends how you're gonna take. If you take with a queen, you're gonna have some issues again with this move with knight b3. So this is similar to what we were looking earlier. If you take with the rook, then this pawn is hanging. So black's probably just gonna take, and we lost the pawn. And finally, if you take with the pawn, Now the problem I think is the move queen c4, because now we emptied the c4 square for black spaces. Queen sits pretty here, and we will probably have to trade queens regardless. So, and if we trade queens now, then our knight, then this knight is really a really good piece on c4. It's blocking all of our bishops' advances, and I would say black is slightly better here. Well, the computer thinks black is much better. Actually, I don't really know why that is, but yeah, this looks unpleasant for white. Bishop e3 now, but would you really want to play this position? Like you have to take like this, and I mean my knight is really strong here. Like I I I I can see white maybe holding a draw here, but it looks very uncomfortable for us. I don't know. Taking on a6 makes sense. In which position are you talking about, Eve? Or do you mean in general? In general, if we take on a6 in any position, right? So let's say black plays f6. If we take on a6, black is probably just going to take with the rook, and this opens up black's rook, and this will also be a target of our pieces. Okay, let's go back to the game though, because we have strayed quite far away from our actual position by analyzing variations. I don't want to confuse people here. So knight d5, and Anna has played bishop to a3. Interesting. Okay, bishop to a3. So connecting the rooks. I guess the idea is that after, in the present position, so this position, you wanted here to take. Okay. So you wanted to take here because black is forced to take with a pawn. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, it does make sense. I agree with that. B takes a6 should have been a consideration to just kind of break the pawn structure. Now the thing is, this pawn is also weak, but okay, black's pawns are also getting a bit damaged here. So maybe yeah, b takes a6 was interesting. Good suggestion. I actually like this move. Yeah, this made sense, I think. And I don't think black can ignore it that easily. So black probably has to take. But maybe Anna was afraid of the b file opening for black, and didn't want to. There's also this as well. Didn't want to give more open files for black. But this is nice. So instead she chose bishop a3, and as Gisu is pointing in chat, the idea is that after knight takes c3, the bishop goes to b4, and we have a nice two-way fork, or I don't know, is there a specific name for this fork, but we have a nice fork between the two knights. So black cannot do that. So that is a clever move, I think, like indirectly defending the c3 pawn. Unfortunately, I don't see how that solves the long-term problem of our d3 pawn. So if I were black here, I would probably think about a move like knight f4, which attacks d3, and d3 is really hard to defend here. So if, for instance, we take on e5, actually black. Wait, I think black has a tactic here. Let me calculate. Okay, I think black has a winning tactic here. So bishop takes f2 check, king takes f2, rook takes e5, rook takes e5, knight d3, king g3, and knight takes on e5. And how is the position? We have won a pawn as black. Okay, maybe it's not winning, but black is, yeah, black Black wins a pawn, and then this knight is going to c4. This is a really good position for black. So white cannot play like this after knight f4. So knight f4, very interesting move. Evil bar seems fine after the 4. Can we take a look? Sure. Okay, so knight c3, bishop b4. You said the evil bar seems fine. Yeah, okay, let's see. The evaluation is like, okay, it's plus 0.1. Interesting. So black actually has a way to save the position here. I wonder how, because I can't really see. Can't really see how. Maybe it's something like. Maybe it's something like knight here, and then if you take, black goes b6, and yeah, and the bishop is trapped. So that is actually quite funny. The bishop can't go to either of these squares because this is, yeah, because it's trapped. But again, there is still like no reason black will go for that line, right? I mean, worst case, we can just give the bishop away from a pawn for a pawn somehow, or yeah, I don't know, even just go back or just leave the bishop there. Actually, just take this pawn or something, and yeah, I mean, there is no reason black will actually play like that. So I don't think black is going to take on c3 here. I think black's probably gonna play some other move. Yeah, yeah, but it was an interesting. Yeah, thanks for noticing that. Actually, cool. Yeah, it is funny, but it's not a line that's likely to happen in the game. So yeah, knight f4, I think, is kind of the main move here to consider. And what do we do after that? Because we said knight e5 doesn't work because of bishop f2, right? And I assume rook e5 is there is a similar idea, right? So bishop takes f2, king f2, knight d3, and black wins the rook with a big advantage here. Actually, here it's actually an extra exchange for black. So you see this strong bishop. You see, black managed to trade our strong bishop, our Italian bishop, on this diagonal. Now his bishop is causing us some trouble with some bishop f2 tactics. So yeah, black goes for knight f4, and now Anna has to be careful. I actually don't know how to. Yeah, this looks already quite tough. How can we try and save this? Maybe knight f4 d4. Yeah, this is the move I'm thinking as well. Maybe we can try d4 here. That it looks like that gets rid at least of our weakness, right? So d4 maybe, takes 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 uh takes, I don't know, if a lot of trades happen, then this could be, I mean, still black is a little better because these pawns are a bit weak, but yeah, maybe this is an idea actually. This this d4 looks draws. Yeah, but it also looks like the kind of position that black can play without a risk for a win, basically. So yeah. What time is the next game? The next game is at 5 o'clock Central European time. So the players actually have to quickly go for lunch, I guess, and then prepare for the next game, which starts in 5 hours exactly from now. Because right now it's exactly 12, right, in Central European time. So yeah, maybe this d4 is a good idea. Maybe it's the only move to kind of keep keep the position, because I think I don't think there is any other way you can defend d3. Like if you play a move like knight e4 or something like that, just to make your position better, like the stakes on d3, and we're just down a pawn for no compensation. And we already checked, but captures on e5 don't work. What if someone has a game that lasts more than 7 hours? Um, that's very rare to happen. The game would have to be like 150 moves long or something. Um, if that happens, usually what happens is the organizers give some extra time for the players to rest. So they will say, due to this game lasting for a very long time, uh, next round will start at 5:30 instead of 5. So this is probably what will happen. 2 games per day, what's that, a rapid? No, it's a classical tournament. I guess you mean like why, but it's actually very common, at least nowadays, for tournaments to have double rounds, especially those big opens, because let's face it, okay, you want to make a 9 round tournament, but not everyone is going to have like 9 days of free time, right, to go to a chess tournament. And also we must take into account that it's a very expensive country, right? So if you can save some money by visiting for less days, uh, yeah, double rounds usually do make sense. Uh, of course, if someone does not want to play in the double round, they can request to not be to take a buy. You usually take a half point buy if you're not the type of player who wants to play 2 classical games in the same day. But it's actually a really common thing, in fact. The next round will start later only for those 2 games. Those two players, the next opponents, or for everyone determined. No, usually it's for everyone because you don't know who they will play until after all the games have been finished, right? So when all the games are finished in a tournament, then the pairings of the next round are published. Then some time passes for the players to rest or prepare for the next game, and then they start the third round. So if 2 players are playing for like 7 hours, then everyone will have to wait for maybe. But okay, this is unlikely. Like the probability that there is a game that lasts more than 7 hours is very low. Thank you for the sub, the only true Peter Pan. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the prime. Usually, the longest game will last about 6 hours. So, um, yeah, so that means there will be enough time, like 1 hour, 1 hour between the rounds is considered enough time. Of course, if you are the last player, you really have to hurry and get something to eat really quickly, right? And get there. But yeah, I would say an average game with this time control is gonna last about 4 hours. The evil bar is slightly below zero. Pay the doubters. I still have hope that Anna can hold this, position. I'm not. I'm not a big fan of White's position, but I don't think she has done anything terribly wrong just yet. So this should still be anyone's game, I would say. So they also sleep on the board. Yeah, I guess, especially in morning rounds. It's I wouldn't be surprised if I hear about some incident of some guys who are sleeping on the board. Like I actually have done this myself. So I went to a tournament. Um, was like 2 years ago. I had traveled the same day, and there was a double round. Or was it like that? No, it was no. Okay, so I've traveled the same day. I didn't sleep at all during that day. I played chess. I slept for like 4 hours or something, and then there was a double round the next day. So I tried to conserve all my energy. I played the first game, and then in the third round, which was the second game of the round, my opponent played the London. So yeah, that's really boring opening. And I was like my eyes were really closing at the board. Like my eyes were I was playing like this. I was playing a move and then being like this and trying to, to pretend that I'm not sleeping, but obviously, yeah, you can imagine how that game went. Actually, that game was against a guy who is playing in this tournament. Uh, Funnily enough, it was an Icelandic guy. Says the guy who mains Petrov. Actually, I haven't played the Petrov in classical games since last year, I believe. Maybe even earlier than last year. But yeah, important position. And yeah, I don't know. Two classical games per day is not human. I think some people, especially in America, will disagree with you. Like I've seen some U.S. tournaments; they even have three. They even have three, and yeah, I do agree. It's very tiring to play 2 games per day. So I really hope that Anna gets some good rest and is ready for her evening game. So I would really hope that this game does not go the full length of like 6 hours or something. Are we losing a pawn? Not really. I think we can save the pawn with the move d4. But our pawns are a bit weak, so we might be losing a pawn in the future. But the thing to notice here is that this move doesn't work. So 95, that indeed loses a pawn. After bishop f2, king f2, rook e5, rook e5, knight d3, king g3, knight e5, and black here is up a pawn. So you can see here black has 3 pawns and white has 2, and black has also this beautiful square on c4 for the knight. So this is one way that we're losing a pawn. Isn't there knight e2 in the end winning d4? Where? Oh, I mean here. True. Yeah, so maybe we are losing a pawn. So king f1, knight d4. Yeah, this. Yeah, how do we do? What do we do here? No, I think we're just losing this pawn anyway. Yeah. So maybe we can try and hold this endgame. I guess trade some pawns, trade some rooks, and rook c1 or something. And say that's okay. We're down a pawn, but this looks holdable. Is it though? I mean, against a GM, I wouldn't want to be in this position. Yeah, so maybe we're losing a pawn regardless. I mean, we can try and trade a lot though. So yeah, I think this should be a draw. But yeah, it's hard to go for this. Another thing we can do is maybe take with a knight here. So that, I think that that way we don't lose any pawns. Yeah. So hard position. Computer likes this more, I think. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Time control was introduced because it was exhausting to sit 12 hours playing a game. Yeah, exactly. Like in the old days, um, oh, yeah, it doesn't change anything because black can do this. Yeah, yeah, I didn't notice that. It does change some things because we have a bishop, which should be, which would be better, I guess. Maybe that's why the computer likes it more. Yeah, I guess our best chance is to go into an endgame like this. That is a pawn down. We can hope that the bishop is active enough somehow to hold this. Yeah, I was gonna say, like in the old days, people used to sit there forever. You know, if you were losing, you could just stall the game, never play, and yeah, at some point your opponent will get bored and leave the game or something. So yeah, at some point they had to introduce time control to chess games. I think the first like time control that was introduced was like 6 hours per player or something. Like it was something very long, maybe 4 hours or something. And slowly but surely we're moving towards towards faster time controls. Like uh, even like 20, 30 years ago, I think 2 hours was considered normal. Now it's an hour and a half. There are already some tournaments with 1 hour. Uh, and of course, with if we include online chess, obviously, like people are playing 15-second games per now, or I don't know. It's madness, really. Uh, but different time controls are different. Yeah, can be, everyone likes different time controls. Charku is a huge Bleeds fan, for instance. He's saying 3+0 is the best. But yeah, okay. Recently, I'm enjoying rapid chess OTB. I went to a couple rapid tournaments uh, that were like 10+3, I believe, and it was pretty nice because it's more for fun than a classical game. You don't have to sit there for like 5 hours. You can play 4 or 5 games the same day. But it's still a serious game that it's not going to be decided by flagging or time pressure or something. Basically, if you have a winning position, you can convert it with a 3-second increment. So, yeah. Hello, Hannah. Welcome. Can we give a shout out to the one and only Hannah Says, joining us from Australia? What's the time in Australia? It must be like late evening, right? I just realized that this is probably the only game that is at a normal time for Blue Boy, and Blue Boy is not here. he only takes here after like midnight his time or something. But yeah, welcome. Uh, and hope you bring some good luck to Anna, who's thinking here is quite a difficult position, and I think she might be getting low on time as well, because okay, the clocks are delayed. The clocks are 15 minutes delayed. But yeah, I don't like that. It's just 33 minutes. I don't think she has moved for quite some time, so maybe she's like in 20 minutes territory right now or something. What's the command? I think the command is like BB time. It's like this. Yeah. Okay. So Anna plays. She played bishop to b4. Okay, we didn't actually consider this move. So let's see. So bishop b4. And the big question here is what happens after knight takes d3, right? And yeah, how are we gonna play here? So rook is attacked. Ah. Ooh, that's interesting. So you see, she wants this. Look at that. Like rook e2. Knight takes b4. And now we can take on b4. And look at this knight. This knight is trapped. So yeah, I think that is the plan. Like she wants to trap the knight, which means that after knight d3, rook e2, black has to protect. But are we not just a pawn down here? I think okay, we just sacrifice the pawn or something. Okay, interesting. Surely a GM will fall for this. I mean, you never know. No, I don't think he will. But yeah, maybe she's figuring, you know, the d4 pawn will be lost anyway. So we can maybe play for some tricks. You know, keep some pieces on the board. Try and pressure the e5 pawn or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a tricky move to go bishop b4. Black can also just ignore completely the d3 pawn and go bishop b6 immediately. But then, yeah, then the bishop is tied down to defending the knight. So I guess now we can take on e5, and there is no bishop takes f2, because if we try to do the same thing, then at the end of the line, the knight is hanging on a5, so we just win a piece. So maybe that's the idea of bishop b4. It's like if black goes bishop b6, then yeah, then we can take on e5. So I think black has to take on d3 before it's too late. Probably going queen takes d4. I guess you mean queen takes d5 was already a mistake. I think the real problem started with taking the bishop and inviting the queen to the center. I think that's where she went a bit astray. Of course, the position is still playable, I would say. It's not time to pay the doubters yet. I've seen worse positions being saved. So yeah, it's just a pawn. It's just down a pawn. I mean, Anna did a lot of endgame practice in her study stream, so maybe she can use some of it to try and hold this position. So I keep getting ads on YouTube. That's funny. Okay, so the opponent is taking the pawn on d3 pretty quickly. So I guess he has figured out that you don't really need. Now, what happens if we take this knight on a5 first? I think this is a bit of a problem because black can take on f2, and after king e1, take on e1 with a bishop. And then a bunch of pieces will get traded. Yeah. Something like this. And then, okay, you can... I think black is just winning here, right? This is a strange line. Maybe I made some mistake because black appears to be completely winning here. Okay, maybe I made some mistakes somehow. Okay, let's take it slower. Oh, she is taking on a5. Wow. Okay, so that is her plan apparently. Oh, but this is already quite bad according to the engine. Yeah, I guess bishop takes f2, right? And because okay, if you take, yeah, he goes bishop e2. If you take on e1, then white can just take back. Let's say like this, right? And on AB you can go AB, and here white would be down a pawn, but at least have some active pieces. You can wait. No, we're not. Wait, we're not down a pawn. We're down a pawn, but we have two pieces for a rook. Yeah. So yeah. So white is actually quite well. White's doing quite well in this position, but the problem is that there is just bishop takes f2, bishop f2, king f1, and now there is a bunch of trades, and it's still gonna be two pieces for a rook, but black has this 8x b5 in the end. And this is why, as someone in the chat said, in the YouTube chat said earlier, that maybe we should have gone b takes a6 when the bishop was still on a7. So you see, we didn't go there. We let the tension. We kept the tension, and now black is using this tension against ourselves. It's just going 8x b5. So yeah, so this is looking pretty bad for us. It's black to move here, by the way. So black's probably gonna take here, because obviously taking with the knight allows allows this. I don't really know. Okay, it's kind of the same thing, I would say, because still black can go like here, here, and the big problem is we're getting pinned at the end of the line. The bishop cannot go back to c3, unfortunately. If we could play bishop takes c3 in this position, that would be good. If we could take our own pawn, but unfortunately that's illegal in chess. So that's not very. So black can actually take with a knight as well. Hello, Blue Boy. Oh, Blue Boy's here. Oh, we're talking about how he's only joining when it's like past midnight. Update, please. It looks like we're not doing so well. So, yeah, Anna went for a queen trade that was probably not a good idea. And now black is really pressing the position. She sacrificed the pawn. She is going for some line in which she will have two pieces for a rook and a pawn. But probably black is winning another pawn. So black is going to have too many pawns in the end of the line, basically. So she's going for some complications, but it looks like her opponent has figured most of them out. But okay, it remains to be seen. But I'm pretty sure he will take the rook here one way or the other. But let's see if Anna manages to surprise him somehow. People in YouTube are talking about a tournament in Nottingham that has 3 rounds of classical chess. Yeah, this is becoming more and more common, in fact. So, wait, he didn't take the rook. What did he play? Oh, he played b6. Okay, that is interesting. So maybe he was afraid of some move like taking on c7. And look at that, the evil bar is going up again. So this b6 might be a mistake. Wow, okay. So it looks like white can just save the rook here, right? Can we? What is the material right now? We're... yeah. We're up a piece. for now. So what happens if white just goes rook to d1 here and saves it? So rook d1, black has to take the bishop. And why can't we just go knight e4? Yeah, this is very complicated suddenly. In fact, I think white might actually be better here. Wow. Okay, I'm not sure what the opponent saw there and played b6. Because to me, like a move like bishop e1 would be very straightforward. Maybe he was afraid of, I play knight e4 but you have no time for this. I can play b6 now after I take the exchange. I am not sure what he saw here. Because both bishop e1 and knight e1 are winning. And they are obviously the first move you calculate. But he went with b6. So basically, white is temporarily up a piece. And Anna can use this time to get out of the way with the rook. Why not king e2? I mean, why would we play king e2? No, black just takes, right? And then takes. I guess here is not what you meant. You probably meant after rook d1, ba5, and here king e2, right? But yeah, black will just go e4, right? And... or will he? Knight e4, rook takes e4. This is quite interesting. King d3. Yeah, maybe this is interesting. I don't know. Yeah, black can also go rook d8, as Sarko is saying, and defend. Rook d8 might be a bit tricky after knight e4. This is actually suddenly becoming very tricky. I think Anna is getting a bit excited here. She's realizing that, you know what, maybe b6 is not a good move. Maybe I have some chances here. Let's see if she will find it. Clock situation. I think Anna is in quite a bit of time pressure, but yeah. Maybe he didn't take the rook because he didn't want to play rook versus two pieces. Probably, yeah. I guess he didn't evaluate the position properly, which I guess is something that could happen. I could see myself making the same mistake, but yeah, so something like this. But the thing here is that you win additional stuff, right? You take on b5. We are attacking this guy, right? And we're also threatening the pawn. So white has to take on c7, and black takes on a4. So in the end, yes, white has two pieces for a rook, but black has 3 pawns. So black is actually up 2 points of material, and this pawn is very close to promotion as well. So I guess maybe he misevaluated this position, or he just didn't want to calculate that much. But still, this b6 move feels very strange to me, because you played bishop f2 to, when you say A, you say B, right? If you play bishop f2, surely your next move is bishop e1. So I'm not sure, maybe he mixed something up and wanted to play b6, and he forgot that we can save the rook. But this position is very complicated, so lots of pieces hanging, lots of stuff hanging. So maybe Anna is considering a different move here. Yeah, as Pensionarul is saying, rook e2 is also a move. And he says maybe he calculated rook e2, ba5, rook f2, knight f2, king f2, e4, and black wins a knight because of the threat of e3 check, which makes sense. So maybe this is what he calculated. That is true. So yeah, I guess rook e2 is... But I don't see why we have to go rook takes f2 there. So rook e2 ba5, okay. But we can make a different move here, right? We can go like knight e4 or something. Unless I blundered something, I don't know. Yeah, looks like I've blundered something. I guess black is just up 2 pawns here. So yeah, we would have to justify that somehow. So after b6, uh, not this, b6. Wait. B6. Yeah, Anna plays rook d1, which is the best move. Uh, so rook d1, and it looks like we've been given a second chance in life here after rook e1. The video is so sharp. Okay, I'm glad it is better from yesterday. But yeah, rook d1, really good move. And okay, now b takes a5 is forced, right? So Anna used the fact that she was temporarily up a piece to save her rook and yeah, and get back into the game. So yeah, as you can see, the evil bar is about equal again. It used to be like -2, -3, which goes to show that to chat that they should believe, like, even if you go into a -2 position against the GMs are still human. They can still make mistakes, and anything can happen in a chess game, basically. So yeah, rook d1 is the best move. And now black has to... I think black has to take the bishop, right? I mean, I don't see... Again, he played b6 the next. If he doesn't take here, maybe he has some idea of e4 as well, but I think e4, yeah, we can just take, and notice now this bishop is also hanging. So black has to save the bishop. We save our bishop. Black takes here. Obviously, we cannot take back. But in this position, we have 2 pieces for a rook, and it's a much better version than the previous position, because black is not going to get so many pawns. In fact, black is probably only going to get 1 pawn after we somehow... Yeah, I think we should... there should be some way in which we can take on d5. Maybe knight d2. That attacks the rook and attacks the bishop as well. So black has to find some clever move here. This is very... This is a very complicated line, actually. So maybe e4 is also... Maybe e4 is also interesting. But b takes a5 looks like the normal move here. But after b takes a5, knight e4, it's still quite troublesome. So I think this is starting to look really good for Anna, actually. Because, okay, here we are, of course, down... We're down 2 pawns. But how is black saving that piece? We're attacking the knight and we're attacking the bishop. I think black definitely messed something up here. The evaluation still looks... The evaluation still says black is better. Which to me is crazy. How can black be better? You're going to be down a piece soon. Maybe you just go back and you allow this and go f5, and I think that you have e4 and you regain the piece. This is some crazy complications. So we go back, e4, we take, I guess, or no, we can't do that. I guess we go like rook d7, ef3, gf3, ab5, ab5, something like this, right? And we are down 1 pawn, but we have very good chances of holding. This is a really crazy position. I'm a bit scared that Anna has too little time to calculate all of this out, but it's definitely interesting, and it's definitely better than just being in a lost endgame. So, uh, props to her for finding a way out of this mess and going rook ed1. Did I see the looks at Anna's face? Uh, yes, she looks quite confident, I would say. So she probably realized that this b6 move by her opponent uh, was not a great move, and her opponent is realizing that he must have missed something, because this is at the very least, okay, maybe black is still better, I don't know, but this is a very, very messy position. So calculation here will decide the outcome. There is no way that both players play the best moves. Who calculates the most will decide the outcome of the game. What happened in Lula's game? I think her opponent didn't show up. I'm not sure, but it looked like that, at least from the camera. Unfortunately, I don't really have much other information other than what you also see on the stream. So, yeah, maybe if someone in chat can inform us, it will be a good idea. But, yeah. How low did the evil go? I think it was like -2 earlier, because black was just winning 2 or 3 pawns and a rook for like 2 pieces. So yeah, her opponent was unrated anyway, so that's a nice free win. Yeah, okay, I guess I wouldn't be that happy if that happened to me, but I guess you can look at the bright side, right? You got a point. You're not gonna risk being the one on 0 points out of 2 or something. So yeah. Question: how do they stop players from having a cell phone in some pocket? And they're asking their coach about a move. I'm going to the toilet. I'm pretty sure that players have to leave their cell phones when entering the hole. Now, of course, if someone is caught with a cell phone while playing, they are disqualified. So, and they can face serious penalties by the World Chess Federation. So, yeah, players don't really do that. Is my answer. Of course, there have been some unfortunate incidents throughout the years, but in general, yeah, it's not a good idea to do it, let's say. The playing hole should be a Faraday cage. Interesting. Okay. It looks like Anna has 17 minutes. I think her opponent, okay, again, if someone can confirm, if someone can confirm that this is the position chess.com also shows, but I think her opponent might have been thinking for 15 minutes here. So it will be 17 minutes for Anna against 26 for her opponent. So both players are getting in quite some time trouble. And this is move 22. So, yeah. Can I quickly go over the moves from a6 onwards? a6 was in the opening, Blue Boy. How long have you been away? Yeah, I will do that. Give me 1 minute. Okay, let's go over the game quickly, since the opponent is taking his time here. Okay, so from a6 was like, okay, my arrow isn't working, unfortunately, apparently. What's going on here? Hello, says the com. Okay. So a6 is here. This is how long Blue Boy has been away. Okay. So h3, normal move. Okay. h6, normal move. Rook e1, rook e8. Uh, Knight d2. Is that what we played? No, we didn't play knight d2. I think we played queen b3 here. Yeah, I think queen b3 was played. Queen b3. Bishop e6. Was it like that? No, we played b4. Sorry. We played b4. Bishop a7. Queen b3. Bishop e6. God, I don't remember the moves. I think we played knight bd2 here. Right. Aren't they on the board already? It's a big mess. It's a big mess. Let me see. Yeah, I think this is what happened, right? Knight bd2. What did the opponent play? He took, right. So knight bd2 was played there. d5. We took. Bishop takes. Yeah, this was the position. And here we were saying knight e4 is the best move. But instead Anna played bishop takes d5, which is an inaccuracy. That allows the queen to come into the center. And here already black has equalized it. Probably practically slightly better, because this pawn is very, very weak. Anna played queen d5, I believe, or b5. No, she played b5. Yeah, b5. Knight a5. Queen takes d5. Knight takes d5. And here Anna tried a really clever trick. Bishop a3. The idea being that after knight takes c3, there is bishop b4, forking the knights. So instead, Anna's opponent played knight f4, attacking the d3 pawn. And here Anna took a bit of a gamble. Bishop b4. The point being that after knight takes d3, knight takes d3, rook e2, knight takes b4, c takes b4, is the knight is trapped. But also another point, black did take on d3, and Anna took on a5. So sacrificing the rook here to win this piece on a5. As I said yesterday, we don't need rooks in this channel. So black took on f2. We played king f1. And here black didn't take on e1, which for me was really strange, right? Of course, if your last move was literally bishop takes f2 check. I'm not sure why. Her opponent probably didn't evaluate something properly. He played b6. And now Anna has played the best move, rook d1. And her opponent is still thinking. And I think this is the live position. So yeah, her opponent is still thinking. Black's probably only move is b takes a5. But it's still very, very complicated. Knight e4 is a big threat for white. Opening up the rook attack on d3. Also attacking the bishop on f2. So rook d1, really, really good move. And we're back into the game. The evaluation here, as you can see now, okay, it's not a strong engine, I know, but you can see the evaluation is 0, 0, 0. So, yeah. But of course, this position is really complicated. And Anna is quite behind on the clock, which I'm not a big fan of, because she will have to calculate some crazy lines. But I trust her judgment, her calculations. I think this is exactly what you want to get against a GM, like a messy position, and just hope he makes some mistake in calculations. And white could even win here, like 4 or 5 moves earlier, it would be impossible for me to imagine white winning. I really hope to see her win or draw. I'm not ready for a loss. Yeah, I mean, okay, when you're playing a GM, um, of course you're expecting to lose, most likely, but not losing against a GM is really already a very very strong start for Anna-Maja. It would be really great if she can manage um, to somehow hold or even win this position, because I can't see white winning this game. By the way, I know the valuation is equal, but it's really tricky for black, and Gudmundur is spending quite a lot of time here. He finally makes his move. Okay, as I'm saying that, he's finally playing b takes a5. So what does e4 do here for black? So yeah, I was also considering this move of e4, but I think white can just take, because white's plan was to play knight e4 anyway, and after rook d3, after rook e4, rook d3, for instance, if ba5, king f2, white is just up a piece. So this doesn't work. So black has to save the bishop probably with something like bishop g3, and it's a really complicated position here. But I think knight d2, attacking the rook and attacking the bishop, saves the day for white. So so yeah, this e4 line was interesting, but I think white is eventually coming out on top here. So white actually be better. So instead, after a long thought, black takes on a5. You can see Anna is quickly calculating some lines. And I think she will pretty quickly go for knight e4, because that is the move. That is the move that puts the most problems to black. Of course, black is not without his own tricks, right? Black has some f5 ideas, and this e pawn is running, and these pawns are going to be dangerous in the future. But we are hoping here. So knight e4, it looks like it might be even winning a piece, at least short term, because let's say we go for that, right? We're attacking this knight, and this knight is attacking this bishop as well. So it's very hard for black to protect both pieces. I think what black intends here is to go back with the bishop on a7, and after rook takes d3, f5, and the idea of e4 is going to happen. So we will probably go back and then e4. So something like this. Yeah, here we're probably going to end up a pawn down, but we at least will have some great activity, and I think that is why the engine gives this position as equal. So something like, yeah, I played rook d7 earlier, but rook d5 may be a better idea. Trying to attack this pawn, also keeping an eye on the 5th rank. We might want to take with the rook here if black goes ab. Black is forced to take the knight here. Knight takes f3, and I think this position is fine for white. We're down a pawn, but okay, this is the extra pawn that black has. It's not a big problem, right? So yeah, I really like how the game has been going so far. The only issue is a little bit, I'm concerned about the clock situation, because Anna has 11 minutes. We can see it's Anna's move right now, so she probably has less than 11 minutes, and she goes for knight e4. So ba5 and knight e4. So this is the position. So black is probably expecting this move, and I think we might see the position that I put on the board quite quickly. What norms is she after? Anna is well, officially, or how do you say, pursuing a WGM title. So I guess you can use exclam WGM. I don't know if we have this command in YouTube, but she's pursuing a WGM norm, I guess, in this tournament. So okay, black plays bishop b6. Um, so that looks like it hangs a piece. The idea is similar. We want to play f5 and e4, regaining the piece. So very complicated position. I think Anna has seen this, so she will pretty quickly take the knight on d3, as she does, and black will pretty quickly go for f5. I think this is forced. Okay, as you can see, both players making their moves quickly, and now it's actually a question where to put the knight. That is an important question. We're temporarily up a piece for 2 pawns. We're gonna have to lose a piece for 1 pawn, so we'll be down a pawn soon enough. But it's important to find the correct ideas for the pieces. So the correct squares for the pieces. So knight d2 is the obvious move. I'm not sure if there is any other move. Perhaps, actually, we could consider knight d6 here, since that knight is already going to be lost. I saw Anna-Maja is looking a little bit further up the board. So she is actually, I think she's considering knight d6. I think she's looking at the d6 square, because I just caught her looking like forward, and I'm like, oh, is he gonna play a forward move? And then I realized, oh, knight d6 is possible. So knight d6 will be a really crazy move. And the idea is simple. After c takes d6, we're taking here, we're attacking this bishop. So black has no time to play e3. So black is probably gonna play something like bishop c5, right? And then after bishop c5, rook d5, we're stabilizing the position. Black actually can't defend this pawn. So probably this is why the bishop should have been better placed on a7 rather than b6. So this knight d6, could it be that black missed that? Knight d6. This is, of course, black can still go e4 here as well. So yeah, this is really crazy. This is a really crazy position. This is not what you want to have with like 7-8 minutes on the board, I think. So knight e8, e takes d3. Unfortunately for us, this knight is trapped. So, and yeah, rook e1, we can try to save it, but still, black's probably just gonna go here. And oh, did I miss something? I probably missed, yeah, ba6, I guess. And this endgame is actually good for white because of this pawn. This pawn is not easily going to be taken. Black has to actually waste 5-6 moves to bring the king all the way up here, and white will just win a bunch of pawns on the king side, I guess. Yeah, so this is very, very complicated. And yeah, this knight d6, I'm just I think it's time to put, ready your popcorns and enjoy the drama. The only thing I'm concerned about is Anna getting low on time. Like, she probably has about 5 to 6 minutes by now, and her opponent is like on 25-30 minutes. So time travel is gonna be an issue. This is move 24, so we still have a long way to go before we get extra time. So we just hope that she navigates this position. It's pretty crazy, this knight d6 idea. So yeah. So the top line of the, well, this is Stockfish 11 light. So again, should not be taken that seriously. But the top line is e4, knight e8, e takes d3, knight takes g7. So a desperado sacrifice. King takes g7, forced. B takes a6, rook takes a6, rook d1. Black has no way to defend this pawn on d3. So we get the pawn back, and it's an equal endgame. So this position, actually, maybe even white is a little bit better here practically, because this bishop is will be stuck defending its own pawns in the end. If we can put, for instance, a knight on the c4 square, that would be, we can never lose this position as white. Was taking c7 worse? Taking c7. Oh, here you mean? I don't know. I just saw the computer line. So let's see. Knight takes c7. Uh, okay. Bishop takes c7. ba6. Rook a6. So the difference here, okay, it's revealed if you play the moves, obviously, but the difference here is that black can defend the pawn on d3, and that would be that's actually quite a big difference. The rook is basically more active in this line. But okay, this you see, this is a problem, because in time trouble, Anna might not have time to evaluate whether she should take this pawn or this pawn. And this is the kind of mistake you can easily make in time trouble, even if you're a really good player. Of course, yeah, I saw the engine, I saw like a string of moves, and I was like, yeah, this is the engine. But it's not all forced, so yeah. What if rook e8 instead of taking the pawn on a6? I guess you mean rook e1. Rook e1. So here, wait, what? No, you didn't mean this. You meant here, here, and here rook e1. I think this is what you meant. Rook e8 by black. Oh, okay. So you want to play rook e8 here. But this pawn is gonna be very annoying. That is the point. I mean, okay, I will play rook d1, you will play, let's say, rook d8, right? You have to defend the pawn. Or rook e3, whatever. Rook e3, there is maybe knight d4, which is gonna be annoying. So, rook d8. So here the problem is, this pawn is going to be lost probably. Like, I can play knight d5, I can even play knight d4, and this pawn is gonna be very, very annoying in the future. So even if I play, let's say, knight d4, it's probably not the best move of the engine, but knight d4, let's say. I'm threatening the pawn on a5, and I'm also blocking the access of your rook on d8 to the pawn on d3. So you have to, pretty much have to take, I think. And after bishop takes, okay, first of all, here I can take on d3 with tempo, and this would be completely winning for white, in fact. But okay, let's say we get this endgame. I can't take immediately because of c5. It makes sense that he will drop. You're thinking that, yeah, okay, but here we have some ideas of knight c6 or even knight b5 and a7. It's not so easy. I think this pawn is very pesky. Like knight c6, rook a8, a7, and at the very least we can force this. Okay. Okay, let's see what happened. So I see a knight on e4. Huh. I think what happened is he played, I know what she did. Okay. So this crazy position didn't happen, unfortunately. I think she played knight f to d2. Knight f to d2, I think. And the opponent took. And now we took back with a knight. So she's choosing this position. We're still down a pawn. The engine is not a big fan of this. I guess. Yeah, I guess the reason is, okay, maybe with knight d6 we would have won one more pawn, right? Because we took the pawn on g7. But okay, knight d6 is kind of hard to evaluate in time trouble, I would say. So, I mean, it might be a move that I would have gone for anyway because it looks crazy, but you never know if it's just blunders a piece, right, or not. So maybe she was a bit scared uh, about going into such sharp position. But okay, 94. We are down a pawn. The problem here is that this pawn is unfortunately a passer, and it's not gonna be easily attacked. Like you remember, in the other variation there was black pawn on d3. That was basically a weakness. It was a passed pawn, of course, but white could very easily attack it with rook d1, knight f2, knight e5, and some lines. Even the king could come up, and that pawn was basically very weak. Now this pawn on e5 is very strong for black, because black already has a rook behind it. Okay, for the moment white is blockading, so we are not losing or anything. But in the long term, this pawn is going to be a very big asset for black in the endgame. And it's black's extra pawn, so we've basically simplified to an endgame in which black has a clear extra pawn. She's young and can improve. Does he have somebody to work with? Well, I think the Netherlands national team, the women's national team, does have some coaches, but I don't think she's working like with a full-time coach. I think she's trying to improve by herself. As if you join our streams, you can see she's studying quite a lot to become a better chess player. So yeah. Chad is barring her improvement. Yeah. What is this? Hello? What happened to my board? Okay, it says that comes deleted all my lines. Please tell me that's not true. What's going on? Okay, I remember how the game went from here. I have no clue what happened. 94 bishop b6. This is what was played, right? Rook d3, f5, knight fd2, fe4, 94. I don't know what chess.com did. Okay. Some random update from chess.com for no reason. Okay. But this is the actual position. Black is thinking. It's not really trivial for black to convert this endgame though, because okay, black is up a pawn, but I am not sure. Like a move I would consider here is a takes b5, because that helps us create a second passer, which we can use to maybe distract white. However, this also connects white's pawns, and white might have some ideas of c4, c5 with some counterplay. So yeah, that is double-edged. Why is the evil mostly black? That would probably have to do with the fact that black is up a pawn. And yeah, I don't think we have sufficient compensation. Maybe this is holdable with the pawn down, but yeah, we're up a pawn now. The way we could have won back that pawn was going into this crazy line with knight d6 here, apparently. So knight d6 threatening the rook. The reason here is that after cd rook d6, we attack the bishop with tempo, and then we go back to d5 or something. So black plays e4, we go here, we take a rook, they take a rook, we win another pawn, and at the end of the line this pawn is very weak. So b takes a6, rook takes a6, rook d1, and we pick up this pawn, and it's gonna be 4 against 4 with an equal endgame. So yeah. My screen? Are they both shaking? What? Hopefully the stream is fine. I don't see any problems. Oh, oh my god. What is chess.com doing? That's so annoying. It's deleting my lines every time there's a new move being played on the live board. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm taking a... Sorry. Okay, this was played, right? Use leeches, sir. I mean, I have to use as the com. If you look at the bottom right of your stream, you'll see it says the com logo. Okay, this is the position. Have I tried refresh? Basically, it auto refreshes my board for no reason. I and suddenly like started doing that in the middle of the stream. Like it has been working fine for like 3 hours, and last 10 minutes it's yeah. I can, okay, of course I can make, like, there's been 4 moves, but yeah. So Anna is has about 8 minutes, I think, maybe even less, and the opponent has about 25 minutes or something. You watched young Alice Lee's games, insane talent. Yeah, there are some really strong girls that are taking over the women's chess scene. Another one is Lu Miaoyi from China. She's a really big talent. I think she will go far. She might be a little bit overrated at 2400, but she will definitely reach that strength very soon. I'm confident of that. So yeah. Do you think he's confident to win right now? Uh, I'm not a GM, but if I was a GM, I would expect to win this position against the 2200. I don't think it's 100% sure he will win though, because I mean, he made a huge blunder earlier, right, with b6. So I wouldn't say he's 100% confident, because a pawn is often not enough to win, especially if your opponent has a blockading knight like this. So black has to find a way to remove this blockade if he wants to win. So rook f8, giving a check was played. Anna played rook to f3, offering a trade of rooks. And black took on b5, which is a move that we said earlier. It does make sense. It gives black a second passed pawn. So he is going for this this idea of a5 a4 pretty quickly. He also put a rook on f8. Maybe in the future he is willing to trade the rooks down. Yeah, he does that. Okay, so he goes rook f3. Anna goes gf3. So at least Anna made some quick moves. She's probably getting out of huge time trouble. So it might look like this is a bad move, because it's a bad trade, because it weakens our pawn structure. But it's actually a good thing for white, because black's e5 pawn is no longer a passed pawn. So by taking g takes f3, we've actually managed to make this pawn just a pawn that is sitting there blockaded. It's not really going to be threatening to play e4, e3, e2, e1 queen. On the other hand, black now has this a pawn, which he just pushed, a4. And this pawn is maybe going to cause some trouble. I have to say though, I don't think black played this very accurately, because what I see here is white is going rook to a3. Black cannot play bishop c5, and white just brings the king up the board. And I fail to see how black, at least I don't see a clean way for black to convert here. So Anna is definitely very much back in the game. Thank you so much, Anna Kramling, for the raid. Welcome raiders. Anna won the game. Oh, that's nice. So she's also on 1 point. So yeah, it's good for her. Yeah, and we hope that we bring your that you bring your good vibes to this stream, and Yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for the raid, uh, and hope you had a great stream and a great game. We're watching Anna-Maja's games. She's playing a Grandmaster Gudmundur Krjardjansson from Iceland, um, and she has just played a move. So she's played King to E2. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this because this allows the pawn to advance even further. I would probably have played Rook A3 and try to stop the pawn in its tracks. Looks like the players are just bringing their king. Notice also the time situation. Anna might be quite low on time. So king f7. I think it's still a good time to go rook a3 here. Try and bring and blockade the pawn. Black might be looking to infiltrate on the king side a little bit here. So this is quite scary in the future for us. I'm not sure if we have enough time to go c4, c5 and try to muster up some counterplay with the c pawn. So this is tough to figure, and you can notice her opponent is playing very quickly. So she's in time trouble. He's trying to pressure her on the clock. So yeah. I only want to know if she's wearing sports shoes. That's the most important piece of information. I think I'm not sure. I'm gonna say she is, but I'm not 100% sure. So yeah. Ooh. King d3 was played, I think. King d3. So again, Anna is bringing her king, but this pawn, I'm still concerned a little bit, because this pawn can also be used as a distraction. The thing that can happen is black can advance this pawn all the way to a2 and sacrifice it. So a3, let's say king c4, a2, king b3, and then you can just bring the king. And by the time white takes this pawn, imagine here your king will be on a2. Black can bring down his king to f5, f4, f3. Take this pawn and try to win like this. I think this is what black's kind of plan is going to be. Black moved the king as well, though, pretty quickly. So he is still playing on her clock, and I think it's still a good time. I really want, yes, okay, rook a3 finally has been played. So she realized the danger, I think, of this plan of a3 a2, and she's going for rook a3, which is a very sensible move. Also defending along the third rank in the future. Perhaps these pawns might also need some defense. Imagine if white plays c4, which is definitely among our plans. So I like this move, and I think we have still quite a good chance in this endgame. We're down a pawn. We're also very much down on the clock, but as long as the position is not lost, there is still hope. You believe it's pronounced Sartensson? Really? Okay. Can someone confirm that? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not very good in pronouncing Scandinavian names. Any idea how the youngster Bodana is doing? She won her first game. I think she lost her. No, she lost her first game. I'm not sure how she's doing in the second. Yeah. Is the English shoe sound? Okay, so we'll say Sartensson then. Sartensson. Okay, interesting. But he is thinking. He is thinking. And I like our blockade here. I like this knight is blockading this pawn. The rook is blockading the other pawn. Our king is reasonably active. We might even have some idea of c4 and bringing this knight back to c3 to try and win the pawn on a4. It's very crucial that we stop this pawn on a light square. This means the bishop cannot defend it. So if we eventually muster up our forces to attack the pawn on a4, then black will not be able to defend it. Now, what black will try to probably do is try to attack these pawns that have been weakened. So that is why he also brought his king quite actively. Hypnogen, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs to the community. To I See Dead People, Prex11, Sigrid, Keda619, and Camilla Parker Bowles. Hope I didn't butcher any of these names, but thank you so much. Okay. I wanted to answer some question, but I got distracted. You believe the weird D in, yeah, it's pronounced like Gudmundur. Gudmundur. Yeah, I think that's true. I've heard that before. It's like runic letters or something like that, yeah. Actually, I don't know why the alert box is not working. I'll tell Anna that, because she gave me a link for the alert box, but it doesn't work, apparently. So I will tell that to her. Bax is writing illegal. But you see, now her opponent stopped bleeding. So this rook a3 was a good move, because it stopped the opponent in his tracks of doing what he wanted. I'm pretty sure he wanted to push a3, a2, and then bring the king and try to win like that. But this rook a3 move is really good. This is what I was saying. Probably he will still go king f5 here, because I don't see anything better. How black can try to advance. Maybe g5, but it's not entirely clear you want to push pawns yet. Still a complicated position. Like, black is of course on the driver's seat, but anything can happen. He underestimated. Yeah, I think he forgot that white can blockade like this. Because the thing is that bishop c5 is never possible, because the knight is always... This knight is an amazing piece on e4. I think this is why... Okay, we might say that knight d2 that was played earlier was a mistake due to concrete calculations, that knight d6 was better. But positionally speaking, it was a really good move, because it ensures that even in the pawn down endgame, you have this beautiful piece on e4 that's blockading the pawn. And this rook f3 idea was also good, because this gives the knight on e4 a protector on. So this knight cannot be dislodged easily from e4. Black can give check by the rook. I mean, yeah, okay, it's true. Black can go rook d8, but that undefends the a4 pawn. So, okay, if the king goes back, or I don't know, c2 or something, you probably need to return in order to defend your pawn. So that probably doesn't really have much point. So Anna apparently is on 1 minute here, or something like that, and her opponent is also getting quite low on time. Is the clock working? The clock is working, but it's delayed. So the clocks you see are what happened 15 minutes ago. So yeah. Are you surprised that there are still these classical tournaments? I would have thought everyone would be playing freestyle chess by now. Yeah, there was this big... well, freestyle is the new fancy name for chess 960. There was this big chess 960 tournament announced. I don't think that affects the average player that much, right? This is, in my opinion, this is like a bunch of top players that got bored of theory and were like, yeah, let's play 960 chess. But in the real world, outside of the top 0.1% of chess players, it doesn't really change much. Yeah. I mean, it was called chess 9LX. It has been called advanced names. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I am not a fan of people who say we need to change the time controls, we need to change the format, we need to change. I mean, uh, classical chess is definitely not dead. If you're top 20 in the world, maybe you're entitled to say that. But as long as you are not, I mean, even if all the top 20 players in the world think that chess should be changed, I don't see a reason why the other hundreds of millions of chess players should follow. Like for the average person, classical chess is a very beautiful game that has not been ruined by computers or openings or whatever. So yeah. Play bullet OTP. I mean, of course, some faster games are fun. I I'm not a hater of bullet and bleach, but I think that classical has its own place basically. The black bishop needs to get to c1, maybe via g2 g1 h2 f4. Ooh, that is an interesting maneuver. That is a very interesting maneuver. It's maybe a bit too slow. There is a problem also. So let's say black plays here the move bishop g1. No, actually maybe it's not. Yeah. Okay. Let's say we play the move c4. Bishop h2. Here I think we can take the pawn. And the idea is that after rook takes a4, knight c5 is check. King f5, we take the knight, and it's actually black who has to be careful here. So yeah, this is an interesting plan, but it doesn't work because of tactical reasons. So as long as the king is on e6, maybe black needs to move the king first or something. Yeah, I don't know. The bad news is on depth 25, g5 is minus 2.8. Nobody cares. We don't care. We don't use engine in this channel. Just have the evil bar so you guys can check in at any time and see approximately how's it going, but it's human chess. G5, okay, it makes sense as a move. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Your move. I'm confident that if I had black in this position played against Magnus, Magnus would win with the white pieces. So, yeah. Thank you so much, Nicola, for the 1000 bits. Thank you. Okay, he does play g5, so that is his choice. So you see, it's if Anna-Maja loses, we can blame Blue Boy for giving the opponent this move. g5 usually is a move that Anna-Maja plays with black, but now she has the white pieces, so yeah. I think c4 is a good idea here. And yeah, and Anna-Maja plays it quickly. I knew she would play that. And he immediately goes bishop d4. So what is the point of this move? The point of this move is to prevent, kind of protect against the move knight c3. But Anna plays knight c3 anyway. Okay, I assume Anna is in some big time trouble. The computer didn't like this move, by the way. The computer didn't like this move. So why did it not like it? Let's see. So okay, if black takes on c3, we take. Yeah, and let's say, and this is the reason why rook a3 is so good. So the rook is protecting the pawn on f3. So if black goes like king f4, we can just ignore the attacks and go c5, b6, and so on. And yeah, this will be enough counterplay. However, black does not have to take. So black probably has a better move here, and I am thinking maybe the better move is rook to f8. And that's attacking our f pawn, and it's not easy to see how white defends here. Because imagine if we go here, if black goes here and we take on a4, rook takes f3 wins the rook. So black's probably has to play here. And maybe now black can take and... Yeah, okay, but he took on c3. He took on c3. So he misses this opportunity. Now king takes c3 and white is back in the game. Wow. So GM is the second time he is making... And c5, what is that? Okay, I never saw that move. c5. Wow. Okay, I did not expect that at all. c5, blockading the king from going to b4, d4. Anna has to take this pawn. She does very quickly. Very nice. She's in... Okay, she needs to make like 5 moves. This, apparently, according to the engine, is a draw. So, yeah, c5. We took on c6. This pawn is going to be... This pawn is going to be there. So... Okay, I think we're saving this, right? King d6. King d6, king b4, surely. Can black still play this for a win? I mean, you can also consider c7 here, maybe. This endgame is very hard, because black might be threatening some ideas like h5, g4. If the rook gets active, black still has some pressure here. Hello, Alberto. Welcome. Welcome. What? Why are you pinging me? The engine move is really hard to find. In which position? King b4 is being played. Okay. Computer doesn't like this. Computer thinks black is better. That's interesting. Is this a draw? It was king b2. Okay, nobody plays king b2. Come on. King b4. Okay, that's the human. Don't look at engine moves, guys. We look at the actual position. So king b4. He takes on c6. And surely now we take on a4. Do we? Isn't this lost? The computer thought it's a draw, and then now it thinks black is winning. So yeah, rook takes a4. Rook takes a4, king a4. Black plays e4. Oh. And after f takes e4, h5, and of course this pawn is too far away. White cannot stop the promotion. So, but she cannot take on a4, so she has to find something else. So probably c5 then, right? Ah, so but this might still be losing after something like... So this is why the engine here wanted to play king b2? Really? Okay, that looks strange. So I guess the point is that after here now you can move the rook and play here, and after a3 you can play king a2. But this is probably still lost. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, this king b2 was a very deep idea. Very hard to find in time trouble. Okay, even the engine didn't find it in the first night. The engine, look, it says it's a draw, and now it goes back to saying it's lost. So king b4 is the normal move. King takes c6, c5. That was what was played. King b2 instead of en passant? Really? Wow. So en passant was actually... Okay. But okay, with 40 seconds, you insta move en passant. Surely. That is crazy, though. And we can take a look here. So king c3, c5. That was a really funny move. And here king b2. What? Wow. And the idea is that after, let's say king f5, rook e3. So you want to blockade the pawn with a king. Black has no time for king f4 because you go rook e4, king f3, rook e5. Somehow this is a draw. And you put your king on a3, and this is apparently the way to hold this. So h5, king a3, king f4. Black is still better somehow, but apparently this is some kind of a draw. Wow. So d takes c6 is actually a bad move. I mean, I don't know. I would instantly play d takes c6, b takes c6 as well. Again, even the computer thinks it's a draw, but it goes to show that GM is better than a computer in the endgame. So c5 was played, and black very calmly goes for the move h5, and she's like, you know what? White is in Zugzwang. You can't basically move. If you move your rook a3, and you eventually have to trade on into a completely lost pawn endgame. So just h5, and black is basically waiting. If white has to play king c4, there is no other move. You can't move a pawn, obviously, and you can't move the rook, as we said. So yeah, it's just waiting. So now black has to find, I think, the last good move of the game. So rook f8 probably is the move. The point being, again, that after rook takes a4, we trade after rook f4 check. So yeah, so black probably will bring the rook to f4 and then go king d5, something like that, I'm imagining. Can white push with e4? Good question. I don't think he can. Yeah, you can see the computer also, because the rook is controlling the third rank and the king is still not too far away. So if black tries to go crazy here, you have given up a little bit too many pawns. Even if g3, rook takes g3, a3, I have enough time to catch your pawn at the last rank and save the draw. So yeah. Yeah, it went over till it's, of course, yeah, black still has to find some good moves here to win. This is move 38, by the way, so we could see the players getting to extra time. Hello, her, welcome to the stream. OMG, I just looked at the clock. Come on. Yeah, Anna-Maja is a bit of a time trouble addict. But I think this endgame was so complicated that even with more time, I don't think it was that easy to save, to be honest. Why isn't my name on the overlay? Well, why would it be? Because it would get confused with the players' names, I guess. Yeah, the problem is that the opponent has time to think and he can find good moves. This c5 was really... I completely missed this move. Okay, he goes rook f8. I completely missed this c5 move. Rook f8. I think black is winning now. After this move. So yeah, I don't see how we can stop this. Oh, she played rook e3. Okay, so she's trying to say that, you know what, now that you moved your rook, I can also move mine. That makes sense. That makes sense. But unfortunately, after rook check, white king has to move back. The pawn is just hanging on c5. So maybe there are some last minute tricks. I don't think Anna-Maja will resign because it's move 39. So she will She will play until he gets until she gets extra time, and maybe then she will consider. I don't. Yeah, but okay. I mean, she obviously knows the position is lost, but you can have a little bit more time to think first. So king d3. Now the point is that after king takes c5, we take on e5 with check, but of course the opponent is not going to take immediately. I think here you pretty much have to go here, right? Because if you go a3, maybe that is also possible. Yeah, because on rook e5 you have rook f3, you take this pawn as well. But I think king d5, Anna will play c6. So that is move 40, by the way. So I think, yeah, we're on move 40. So Anna-Maja has made the time control. So she gets 30 extra minutes. Why does he take on c5? I mean, yeah, if he, I'm not even sure that this is. I think this is still winning for black, but of course this creates unnecessary complications. But this is still winning for black. This endgame with a and h pawns is a well-known win, I believe. It should be in the. It should be in the De La Villa book. So yeah, as you can see, it's -4. And this is a table-based position, so eval doesn't really matter. So even king c5 is winning here. That's why I said like rook f8 was probably the last good move black had to find. So unfortunately, as the smoke clears and both players make the time control, we're in a losing position. So yeah, but this was some really crazy endgame skills by Mr. Hjartansson, or Sartensson, as people say. So yeah, this is unfortunate, but such is the results when you're playing against the grandmaster. I mean, sometimes they can find ideas that even the engine doesn't approve of, but they are very, very good. So I think I would say, yeah, the position was probably lost after knight e2, knight d2 instead of knight d6, because it was a clear pawn down. But black showed really, really good technique in the endgame to doing. Scrooge has pinned the comments of someone telling me I look like Duty. Yeah, I get that a lot. I've tried to grow a beard to not look like him, but it's not working. Because then I look worse. So yeah, I don't know. I've heard this from at least like 10 different people at different times, so it's not even like one influencing the other. Dida's quite good. I like that comment. It's like, Dida is good looking. What are you talking about? If king c2, rook c4. Alberto is showing us his endgame technique here. Yeah, so after king c2, yeah, if it says the come stop lagging, I could play some moves. Thank you very much. Rook c4 check, and black is picking this pawn with a rook, and you don't need to worry about this pawn. Black will play here soon, and rook a5. So yeah, yeah, exactly. That is what I was going for, Screws. So Anna has her extra 30 minutes on the clock, so she has a good time to think about her position. Unfortunately, as so often happens, she's probably realized that her position is not salvageable here. We're down a pawn. We're going to be down 2 pawns quite soon. So, yeah. People are crazy. Chat is getting crazy. Yeah. If only we could swap the king and the rook. That would still be lost, probably. Because then black king could just take on c5. And we would be just down 2 pawns. And this is the phase of, oh, where did I go wrong earlier? And it's hard to see, right? It's not like she made an obvious mistake. Just she went into kind of a tough position, and then the opponent played a really good endgame. So yeah. Can this be drawn? I don't think so. No. I think this is lost for white. I wouldn't be surprised if Anna resigned, because I don't see what tricks can she even try here. Maybe play one or two more moves, but yeah. This c5 move was really cool. Also in time travel to go for that. But I get it. I'm sure it's a really instructive game as well. What is this command? Magnus is playing too. Magnus Orlefsson. Yeah, I'm sure there's many Magnus. Magnus a common name in Norway, Sweden, Denmark. So it's Anna-Maja's move. Yes, it's Anna-Maja's move. It's move 41, so she has extra time added to her clock. She can try to play king takes c5. I'm not sure. After king takes c5, I think white is... Yeah, white should be holding this, right? There is a2. Maybe not even then. Oh, but no, it should be holding. You should take on... No, I think black is still winning. Even if you could play king takes c5. First of all, there is rook a4. But just a2. Dina's game is done. Oh, I didn't see what happened in her game. Did she win? She won. Okay, so she's in one point as well. I think a lot of the streamers are going to be on 1 out of 2. So I wouldn't be completely surprised to see two streamers facing each other in round 3. She threw her opponent off by giving him timeouts and crushed him. Yeah. This is a sad position, honestly, because it felt like black was making mistakes, but we couldn't capitalize on it. Okay, so it takes the pawn on e5. So I guess she's going for some last minute attempt. But this should just be losing in a million different ways, right? a2 being one of them, for instance. a2 forces rook e1, and then we can take the f pawn, then take the h pawn, then take the c pawn. So it will be rook and 2 pawns against rook, which is winning for black. Not with a rook. That's funny. Yeah, but it's... I mean, the game is not terrible. I'm just hoping that Anna has enough time to rest before the evening rounds. Just at some point, you have to, say, this game is... I'm not gonna hold here. Like, this is just down 2 pawns. So a2. I think she will play a bit more, but yeah. Zibit is so nice. Yeah, you can see Mr. Zibit in the background. Shout out. I don't know what his Twitch is, but something like Zibit videos or something on YouTube. FM Ingvar Thor Johannesson, who is among the organizer team. And he's probably checking some live boards or something like that. He's playing Bleach on his laptop. I don't know. He's a really good bullet player. I've once beat him in bullet. I dirty flag him. I had like 2 pawns and he had like 3 queens or something. But he's really strong in bullet. He's like 2500. So Anna's thinking. I mean, rook e1 is forced, right? You can't allow your opponent to make a queen. Maybe rook check is a move. Yeah, she goes for rook check. But this is like, I think no matter what black plays, is winning. Axel has a winning record against a streamer. Yeah, I mean, streaming is a pretty big handicap, I would say. So if we played when I was streaming, then I would probably lose like 25 to 10 or something. I didn't say that. So yeah, Anna has this defeated look of, I know this is lost. But yeah. Why is the game different from a Lichess board? Because the live boards are delayed by 15 minutes because of anti-cheating rules. So what I'm doing here is I'm looking at the board, at the actual board on the cam, and just making the moves myself. That's why this is, this position is further advanced. So king d5. Sidestepping the checks, also preventing rook a6. So black wants this game to be over as soon as possible, I guess. So he's even preventing the move that Anna-Maja intended. So Anna goes back to e1 to take the pawn. But now black can just win this pawn, and then win this pawn, and then win this pawn. And actually it's going to be a 3 versus nothing endgame. So yeah, this is what happens. I think we will see a handshake soon. So rook takes f3. And rook takes h3 can be pre-moved. White maybe gets to keep the c pawn, but it's not really like that is a big threat for black. So black is just going to take the pawns and put the rook on h2, defending the a2 pawn. If needed, you can even go after the c pawn later. But so king d4. So it's still playing on for the fans. and he takes on h3. So we are now 2 pawns down. And importantly, one of them is on the verge of promoting. So yeah, tough game here. I think time travel was also a factor. Maybe there were some decisions that could have been changed if Anna had more time. But I think her opponent has had a really good game after some point. He maybe have fumbled this with bishop takes e1, which was not played, but yeah. And resign here. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like we're... Yeah, maybe she will resign here as well. Let's see. This is... I mean, just because it's a double round, it's not like I'm some kind of guy who says, you know, you should resign when you're losing. But just because it's a double round, I think it's better to go for lands quicker. Conserve some energy and come back fresh for the evening round, which will be quite an important game because she will probably be playing someone around 2000, I believe, and she will also have the black pieces. So that game will be really important for her course in the tournament. Can she afford lands without much win bonus? This is not Valorant, Chris. Much win bonus. Okay, rook c1. So black can even play rook c2 here. That would be a cool move. You can't take because I'm making a queen. But I think a better move would be rook b2. The idea being that after c6, rook b1, c7, a1 is check. So I'm first to queen. Yeah, rook c2 is a move. Rook d2 is everything is a move here. A rook c2, white would probably go rook a1. Wouldn't we all like to have access voice in our heads during a chess game? I mean, I'm not sure about that. Oh, he does go for rook c2. He's going for the fancy moves. Okay, I think... yeah, if black played rook h1, maybe. Rook to a1, yeah, as I said. And how to continue? Probably something like h4, g4. Just put some pawns. King b4, yeah, that's also... yeah, it's also possible. King b4 played. Black can't really go anywhere. White, sorry, can't go anywhere with the c pawn. So. I mean, black can even sacrifice the rook at some point. It's completely unnecessary, but yeah, black is winning in every. In some moves, black will even be winning without this rook. So. Never resigns. This GM's never checkmate, so maybe he'll stalemate king into queens plus king. I mean, if this was... there are people who resign too early, right? There are people who... for instance, our beloved Mod Olympiad, he used to resign when he lost a pawn or something. So the rule of thumb for me is like in no increment games, I never resign. Even if I'm down a queen, you never know what can happen. Now in classical, okay, when it's obvious, again, we see a handshake. When it's obvious, I would have resigned maybe a couple moves earlier, but okay, it doesn't really matter. You can't blame someone for wanting to fight. So GG's. It was an interesting game, quite a tough game, quite a tough game. But okay, that's what you expect when you're playing a GM, right? So yeah, this game is over, and I guess they're talking a little bit about it. I guess the critical. I'm not even sure where the critical point is, but I would guess it's around here. Like here, Anna had some really interesting complications. Of course, she also had like 2 or 3 minutes or something. But this knight d6 move was really interesting. I don't know what would have happened. It looks like an equal endgame. Yeah, it's good that they are discussing the game. Maybe, yeah, they are talking about it or something. I don't know. I don't know what they are talking about. So yeah, this was the game, and yeah, I don't know. It is yeah, it is a road to WGM. As people saying, it's a long road, right? If you had like all wins in that road, then everyone would do it. It would be easy. But yeah, you must lose some games in order. You must have some lessons as well. So if I was the GM in the position, I would offer draw. I mean, okay. That's why you want to become a GM. Why do they put the kings opposite of one another? So that people know what the result was. So if the kings are on black squares, then that means that black won. If the kings are on white squares, it means that white wins. So that is kind of a code for a result. And if both kings are opposite each other, then it's a draw. So yeah. Okay, I'm not sure if oh, okay, Anna is here. I'm coming, she's saying. Hello. Do you want me to call you or something? I guess you do, right? Okay, let me close this. Okay, this will be a bit weird because I had to change every scene because of layout issues. Hopefully the stream was of good quality, of better at least than yesterday. So we've got that going at least. Like, yeah, this needs to be made bigger. And this needs to be made bigger as well. Okay. Okay, we'll go with that, I guess. Stream was good quality. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I will nitpick after the stream is over. Okay, lol. Okay, I'm calling her. Hey.
Let me turn this on. Hold on. Not strong enough.
So, tell us about your game.
I can't hear you. Wait.
Tell us about your game. So, how did you feel? I mean, was
I felt like I was doing great.
Yeah.
But I don't know where it went wrong.
Yeah, that was our thoughts as well. Like at some point, even the computer was thinking it's a draw, and then suddenly it changed his mind. It's like it's completely winning. So yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently, uh, so he should have taken the rook on e1. Is the thing.
He should have taken on e1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was making moves that were like unnecessary. I was seeing his moves and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I saw that he could like create a pass pawn on a4, something like a takes b5, b takes a4, and I just can't stop this pawn.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So this was the engine.
I thought that was winning for him.
Yeah. But so b6 is a really bad move. But then you had to be really accurate to stand. So rook d1 was really good. I don't know how much time you had, by the way, at this point, because we couldn't see the clocks. But yeah,
maybe you can see. Oh, the game is still not finished.
Yeah.
So you can see. I think there are a few minutes.
Yeah, but so rook d1
maybe like
was
10.
good.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you had some time trouble issues, yes.
Which move was that? It was 21. I had 11 minutes. I don't know why I remember that.
So he played b takes a5, knight e4 was correct, and then when he plays f5, you have to go knight d6. That is the engine move. I wonder if you considered that.
I knew it. I was like, no, Kramnik is going to find me if this is the best move, and I play it.
Yeah, at some point I looked at your eyes were looking at, I was saying, why is he looking forward? And then I realized, oh, knight d6. And then it's the best move.
So funny. Yeah, I saw knight d6, but I was so scared. I didn't have enough time, and I was.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time on that move. I couldn't figure it out. I thought maybe my knight gets stuck on e8. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really murky. I don't know. The computer says it's all zeros, but I couldn't figure it out. Like, but it's the best move.
God. So, I would have been so cool if I played that.
Yeah. So yeah, after knight d2, you're just down a pawn. I thought this was maybe holdable, but apparently he found some really good moves. I didn't expect c5 at all. I was like, what? I don't know. C5 when you took en passant.
Yeah, I also didn't expect it, to be honest. But I guess it's losing right from me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. The engine wanted king b2 instead of en passant, but okay, no one plays that. I don't know.
What did engine want to do?
King b2 instead of en passant, but yeah, I also thought like en passant is forced. So I don't know.
But what is the eval after king b2? Like
-1 or something. It's just like
a draw?
No, it's not a draw. You're still worse, but maybe it's holding. I don't know. After en passant is completely
yeah,
lost.
I thought he's just going to press on the king side. My pawns are too weak.
Yeah.
Wait, let me turn you up because I.
Yeah, I also hear some noises in the background. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's very crowded here.
Yeah.
People are analyzing, etc. Okay, now I hear you better.
Anna-Maja thinks about Kramnik.
I wonder where I was out of room, basically, because I was seeing, I was trying to remember the course.
Yeah.
So I didn't even know if I wanted to play this. I went to the game like, okay, the only thing I didn't prepare against was e5. I thought, okay, if he plays e5, I'll think about it. And then he played e5. I was like, okay, great. And then I was like, I went with intention to play the Spanish, but then I was like, you know what? If I'm going to lose anyway, like I'm playing a GM, like I don't have a good chance to win, and I'm not really confident in real Lopez. I'm going to try Italian just to see how much I know about the opening, just to test myself. And I think it was really worth it. I had such a good position.
Yeah, you definitely had a good position. At some point, I think bishop takes on d5 was an inaccuracy. Bishop takes bishop on d5, but okay. I mean, you can.
Did I have to play bishop b2?
You have to play knight e4, I think.
Yeah, I was surprised by d5 actually. I thought it wasn't so good. I think what I remembered from the course was that he takes on c4, queen takes, d5, ed, knight d5, and then some line with knights to b6.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the course, so I can't help you on that, but yeah.
I'll have to look it up. I'm really curious. And then there's some line with d4 or something. Yeah, d4, knight b6, and that's what I was remembering. But I don't know if it was in this line because because there's so many different lines.
Yeah,
right?
it's hard.
I was seeing some patterns. It was really satisfying to see them. But yeah. So was it ever like +1 or something, or just?
It was around like plus 0.6 or, with 94.
Okay, I mean for Anish, that's like
He was playing well though. He
like
played a
+3
good
for
game.
him.
He played a good game, so it's not like he blundered. His only mistake was probably B6, which allowed you back in the game, but you had to find some crazy moves to survive in there.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sad I didn't play 96. I was scared.
It's okay. Next time,
But
next time you'll go for the crazy
consider
move.
it heavily.
The variations there are really
It's somebody you
complicated.
could
So,
see.
yeah.
What did you say?
The variations there are really complicated, so yeah, it's understandable. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Can you ask Anna-Maja if she will try to play Italian more, or how does she feel with the opening?
The thing is, I feel like against him, like GM and like higher rated players, it's pleasant to play because it's such a kind of drawish opening, right? It's very equal. So the opponent, of course, wants to press, wants to take risks. So I feel like, during the game, I feel really confident. Like I want to win, of course, but it's also like I'm okay with the draw, and he has to prove himself.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
I feel like against a low-rated player, it's difficult to play. But you never know.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. Like when he played d5, it's because he has to do something. If he just sits back and waits, then you're just better. So you had to do something, and then you can.
Yeah. It was a good game. A little sad I didn't get more chances, but yeah, I feel like I did pretty well, and I felt really like focused. But at some point, that led to spending too much time. I don't know where my time went. I was there like I don't know what to play. I don't know what to move. Everything just I don't know.
I mean, you had some
I
tough
couldn't
decisions to
see
make,
what was best.
but yeah, you had some tough decisions to make. It's understandable. I mean, I don't think you played badly. You just played well. So
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
It's nice that he was like at least like there was some pressure.
Yeah.
It wasn't like complete disaster for me. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm gonna let you go because you obviously need to have some rest, some food, I guess. So
Yeah, so it's 1 now, so the next one is in 3 hours. Oh.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I guess we'll be back
I'm
soon.
just going to have some food, and I guess I'll just go outside because round's starting soon.
Okay.
But yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and thanks for commentary. Thanks so much. Hope it was so fun.
Yeah, I guess. So yeah, we'll see you guys in 3 hours from now, right? Or
Yeah.
I'm also going
Thank
to
you so much,
have to listen.
guys. Bye.
See you guys, and mods you can raid, I guess, whatever. So
You can read whoever.
Yeah.
I think Alessandra is still playing.
Yeah.
Pablo.
okay.
So
Bye bye.
yeah.
Bye bye. Okay, guys, thank you for the stream. And see you in 3 hours from now for round 3. Bye bye. No raids? Guys, raid someone, come on. Or else you just stack up here watching me and all the viewers will leave. Take us on an IRL tour? No. I gotta eat. Bye bye.